to Melanie, and hopefully most of you could still hear the conversation, but very many apologies if you're having difficulty with that. So we will now go to our next speaker on the International Charging Infrastructure panel. Our third panelist is the CEO of NLX, Francesco Venturini. Francesco, do we have you here? There we go. There you are.
Here I am.
So very many thanks for joining us today. NLX are a real leader in energy transformation through technology around the world. And we are super excited to hear how you've been contributing to e-mobility and the vast changes that we're seeing in that market. So stage is yours. Hello, are we live? Ah, we are live. Excellent. But I'm not sure if we've got Francesco. So I will say that again, that we're very sorry about the technological challenges that we're having here in the background. Hopefully you can see and hear me. We will be pulling in our third panelist, Francesco, as soon as we possibly can. Fantastic. I have had a message from the elves in the background to say that you can hear me. So once we've got it ready, we'll bring Francesco in, who's from CEO of NLX, a global leader in energy transformation, and looking forward to hearing what he's got to say about the role that they've been playing in e-mobility. And another message from our elves. We are expecting to go to another panel speaker. Oh, this is such a shame because we've had such a great start to the EV Summit today. Really insightful views from Daniel on how Ubitricity are kind of thinking about and understanding different markets and their strategy for how they play with that. But also then hearing from Melanie what she was saying about the engagement with the end customer, the differences that they see at New Motion across different markets, in terms of that awareness raising and giving confidence to drivers. So once again, it comes across in all of this sector that even though our focus here is on charging infrastructure, actually, because there's so much rapid change going on and it's such a large transformation, that it's those barriers that people are facing right the way across that customer journey and user experience that are relevant to every player in every part of this market. So yeah, just so much complexity and really interesting to get into it. It's such a shame that we are not yet ready to bring you our next speaker. Nonetheless, I think that we'll soon be back with you, and we can get back into that conversation. As I said, we are expecting to bring you Francesco Venturini from NLX. The remainder of our lineup here is Mike Duclef, who's head of e-mobility at Schneider Electric. Schneider Electric's EV technology solutions have been installed around the globe. If you haven't seen one, you've not been looking. And we're super excited to be able to hear about what they are doing. Aha, here we go. Marvelous. So, Mike, I think we have you. Mike?
Great, thank you, Marie. Good day to all of you. Well, we're all in this new world, right? Where face-to-face, we wouldn't have those glitches. So we're learning. Good thing about going towards the end is all the glitches are hopefully solved. So good day to all of you, to Daniel, to Mel, to Francesco, as well as all of you, wherever you are in the world, where you may be joining from. So as Marie said, I'm Mike Duclef from Schneider Electric, where I'm head of the Electric Mobility Division. Today, I'm joining you from Paris, and it's my pleasure to share with you 3 points that we've taken from our experiences and lessons we've learned while rolling out EV charging infrastructure globally over the last 10 years. And the first point is this one. It's not only about the charger. Take consumers. In most cases, consumers will charge when they stop versus stopping to charge. And this means at home, at work, at destination. Oftentimes where there is a parking associated to a building. And this means that buildings will now need to accommodate for electric vehicles where in the past they did not. Now, of course, the charger is necessary. It's the endpoint. And we need chargers at the right quality. We need chargers at the right price. Today, everyone talks about the charger because it's very visible. This is the interface to the consumer. It's what we touch. It invokes emotion. We can celebrate when we put a charger at our home. We can celebrate when we put charger at work. And it's easy to post on social media. However, it doesn't stop with the charger. The charger needs to be properly integrated into the entire electrical distribution system. And that has to be safe, using the right electrical protection. That has to be reliable to guarantee that the power is always on in a building. It also has to be managed in terms of uptime, who can access, for fee, for free, how to avoid penalties for overconsumption of electricity, etc. So in order to ensure a safe, reliable, efficient, and resilient deployment of EV chargers, we need to look beyond the charger at the entire ecosystem. Point number 2, energy management is the key enabler. Up until now, energy management hasn't been a concern due to the current low adoption rate of electric vehicles, 3% in 2019. We're not yet at scale. Now, of course, there's an exception, and that's to single-family homes, where when you connect an electric vehicle, you can bring an instant and material increase to your energy demand. But as we get to scale, and as we begin electrifying not only a few of the parking places connected to buildings, but 10, 20, 50% of them, here we'll face new challenges, such as potential outages and maybe even demand surcharges. As fleets become more and more electrified, they bring planned but high energy demands. Now, pulling utility feeds, new feeds, may be necessary in some cases. Meanwhile, in other cases, it may be too costly or too time consuming. But in both cases, energy management can enable this electrification. Algorithms can rationalize supply versus demand, and microgrids can balance peak demand and leverage the integration of renewables and storage. So energy management really enables the right sizing of infrastructure.
Thanks. Bye.
Point number 3.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just getting a message in from the elves to confirm we're going to move to the next speaker. Okay, brilliant. So thank you very, very much for that. It's wonderful to be hearing your insights. We will have you back at the end of this panel discussion for some Q&A with the other panelists. So thank you very much and looking forward to that. And so now to go to Francesco Venturini. Once again, hopefully this time we can get you live streaming and to our audience. Francesco, there you are. Please take it away.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I believe we can.
Fantastic. So let's start with the objective for NLX. I mean, the objective, the reason why we're in the electrification of transport is because we want to electrify as much as we can, obviously, being part of a big utility. When we're looking at the electrification of transport, we're essentially working in all the value chain that goes from manufacturing the charging points to selling them, installing them, and doing the operational maintenance. And we do this in many parts of the world, especially when we're looking at public charging stations. Our focus is Italy, obviously, Spain, Portugal, Romania, and a big chunk of Latam. Because let's not forget that this is a worldwide movement, and even in Latam, electric vehicles are sold. They need to be obviously charged. Actually, just as an information, we built together with Rivian a Panamericana that goes from the tip of Chile all the way to LA, and you can really drive your electric vehicle towards through the all of South America, Central America, and arrive to Los Angeles. So what's the? I mean, my focus today is going to be Italy. We are at a situation where we have installed about 12,000 charging points as of today, and with the end of this year, we are going to declare the phase one closed, meaning that essentially the original focus has been trying to be as as possible. So try to cover the whole Italian territory in such a way that with an electric vehicle, you can go from Sicily all the way up to France, Austria, all the other countries in Europe that are touching with their borders Italy. So this was phase one, and the needed was to make sure that people understood that there was a serious change in front of them, that they could see the public charging stations popping up all over the peninsula, and that again things were happening, and there was no big worry in moving from one type of transportation to another type of transportation. Now we're starting phase two. Phase two in next year will see us deploying something like a number between 200 and 250 HPC charging points, meaning that phase one capillarity, very focused on 22 kilowatts up to 50 kilowatts. Phase two, we are going to keep installing these kind of charging stations, especially downtown cities in around Italy. But the next step is going to be high-power charging stations. And the high-power charging stations, we need to cover, obviously, all the highways in such a way that we can move from Milan to Rome with no issues and no delay. But we're going to install also the APCs in the big towns around Italy, starting with Rome. That actually we are going to open the first high-power charging station next week here downtown Rome. And we hope with this second phase to be able to really support the customer. Which my estimated colleagues have underlined before me is at the end the focus of all of us. I mean, making sure that our customers are able to move around with an electric vehicle, whatever the electric vehicle would be. We're talking electric scooters up to big trucks. So we need to cover the territory on one side, and on the other side, we need to make sure that we have the right charging stations for all needs. And what are the problems? In a country like Italy, where we have many different local authorities, the big problem to start with is permitting. It's a big issue. It takes too long, and unfortunately, it varies depending on the different towns. So you move from one town to another, and the permitting process tends to be completely different. Local taxes. In one town, they are very in for the electric movement. In the other town, they don't like it so much. So in one town, you don't get to pay local taxes if you install a public chargers, and on the other in the other time, you do. And interoperability. We need to make sure that if you move from one supplier like us to another supplier, you can charge with without the need of installing more apps. I think these are the main problems that you see in Italy, and I think that with this, probably since we're already late, we can move to another session.
Thank you so much for sharing your views there, Francesco. It's brilliant to have you here. We will now bring back all of our panelists in this International Charging Infrastructure panel to ask each other some questions. And so I think just to kickstart the conversation, I would like to start with Mike and ask you about what is happening in other geographies outside of Europe.
Well, thanks, Marie. I think, actually there's a lot to learn from all of us from the Chinese experience. Now, China has deployed much faster than the rest of the world. In 2019, they were more than half of the market, 50% of the passenger EVs, over 90% of the buses. 3 of the top 5 EV manufacturers in 2019 were Chinese. If you take Shenzhen, all of the over 20,000 buses are electric. All of the taxis, over 20,000, are electric. You have Didi, the rideshare, which is moving to electric. You have other companies like Dishangqia, that's DST, which is operating today over 30,000 electric logistic fleet vehicles used for last mile delivery. So China is really at the forefront of EV charging infrastructure deployment, and they're already facing many of the issues that will be faced in Europe and the Americas in the future. So the rest of the world can learn from the experiences of China, as well as benefit from Chinese innovation, which is a direct result of those experiences.
Thank you very much indeed for your view on that, Mike. I will just take an opportunity to make another apology about technological issues that we've had, and we're aware that some of our audience weren't able to see and hear much of Melanie's slot. So Melanie, I think we'll come to you next. And I wonder if you just wanted to maybe summarize the key points that you had to make there about international charging markets, and then we'll take a question from you for our other panelists.
Sure, thanks, Murray. Yes, so just, I guess, briefly, the things that I had highlighted before. NewMotion's been operating in this space for 10 years, so kind of deeply entrenched in both generating demand, but also then meeting that demand with the right infrastructure. The 4 spaces that I think are really important for us to think about across all markets is, one is, how do we drive customer demand? As you drive demand, you drive scale, and your unit costs start to lower, which is a really important part of making investment into infrastructure viable. So demand is really important. In order to drive that demand as an industry, we need to recognize and address the frictions that customers face in making that transition to EV, whether it's one vehicle at home or a fleet. And that's around the cost of ownership, it's around range anxiety, it's around pricing, price transparency, and it's around reliability and safety. And if we can do that, then we create the right environment for meaningful investment into infrastructure. But we will still need to work as an industry on interoperability and on making charging locations available in all sorts of different scenarios, on the go, in urban, condominiums, at work, at home, etc. And then lastly, once you start to get to that scale, you start to recognize the impact that that's going to have on the grid. And so thinking ahead into smart charging and smart energy management is really important for us. So those were the key points that I wanted to make. I guess the question that I would ask to the other panelists is, if you had a magic wand and you could just kind of create one or make one big change that you think would really help us accelerate towards the tipping point, what would you wish for? What would you enable?
Oh, brilliant question there. Can we come to Francesco first? Francesco, what would you do with your magic wand?
If I could, I would make, first of all, mandatory charging station in every town around Europe, and more than one depending on the population in the town. And I would try to simplify as much as I could all the permitting process for installing it. And if it's possible, actually, I would propose pan-European rules to make the installations and all the permitting process. I think that's really the big pain that at least in the countries where we're installing public charging points we're going through.
Thank you. And perhaps we can come back to Daniel. Daniel, what's the pain point that you would like to magic away?
There really need attention from government, and I'm glad the Secretary of State was able to give some clarity on the ambitions for the UK in particular, but really having clarity around subsidies and the financing arrangements for infrastructure, the high-level plans and the targets for local authorities and for businesses. I think there's a lot of work there to do over the next middle ground. So what I'd like to see, if the magic one, was more clarity around funding and targets over the next 5 to 10 years.
Brilliant. And Mike, what would you do in response to that brilliant question from Melanie?
Thanks, Mel, for the offer of the magic wand. What I would do with my magic wand is I would lower the cost of the electric vehicle battery to $100 per kilowatt hour, because the math says with the economics, this is the point that will have price parity between an internal combustion engine and a battery electric engine vehicle. At that point, it's cost parity, the economics take over. It's already cheaper, as we know, to operate an electric vehicle today, 10 times cheaper to fuel it with electrons and molecules. 100 times less moving parts means virtually no maintenance, and you can drive an EV more or less 3 times as long as an internal combustion engine vehicle. But that's still entry barrier for consumers, which is being helped by subsidies today, which is not, of course, sustainable. So my magic wand, I lower the cost of the electric vehicle. I put it at price parity with the internal combustion engine, and I let the economics take over. Mass adoption comes less than 10 years, and the story's over. So that's what I would do, Melanie.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. Daniel, we will have to wrap up soon, but I'd really love to get a few more questions around the panel. So Daniel, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, so a question for Mel, actually. Something which Mel mentioned, which really intrigued me, was the shift between where people can be charging today, at home and at work, and then a small portion of that on route and on rapids. So how do you see that evolving going forward? And apologies, I'm getting some feedback, so if I'm speaking a little bit staccato, it's because I'm being myself.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, you're right. So at the moment, only about 20% of the charging that we see is on the go. But as we move through time, we expect that on the go charging to be more like 40 to 50%. So there's going to be a big shift in people being able to charge at home and at the office, and then needing to supplement that with on the go. And that's going to be driven both by the private individuals, but also fleet companies and kind of individual drivers as part of organizations like Uber. So that role of the kind of the urban charging and the on the go charging is going to become increasingly important, I think, as part of the mix.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Francesco, do you have a question to pose your fellow panelists?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. What if you really look at the situation in Europe? How do you think the whole industry is going to evolve in the next 3 years? My personal opinion is that we are at the very beginning of a big change where electrification has just started to, we're just starting to see the first signals. Where do you think we're going? What's going to be next?
Mike, would you like to come in on that one?
Yeah, absolutely, Francesco. That's a great question. And, we're speaking to a lot of those big oil and gas majors on a regular basis. They're already our existing customers. And many of them are today struggling with that exact question. How do we make this transition from internal combustion engine and selling molecules to the energy transition, the new energy landscape? So this is a challenge for many of them. And you've seen some of those big ONGs making acquisitions. So in the case of Shell with Melanie and NewMotion, you've seen Total doing things, BP doing things. So I think it's a question, and the answer is not there yet. But what's clear is all of the big ONGs are going through a transition, and I think in the future they're going to look much more towards partnerships with technology companies to help them in this transition, because a lot of the technology is existing already today to manage this transition, this new energy transition, whether it be EV charging, whether it be integration of photovoltaic, storage, microgrid, power distribution. So the technologies are there. And I think you'll see a lot of the oil and gas companies looking much more for partnerships in the future in order to manage their transition.
Brilliant, Mike. And we will come to you, Melanie, but can we take Daniel? Have you got any views on this before we go to Melanie and the Shell perspective?
In terms of oil and gas companies, particularly from the likes of BP and Shell, you see a huge amount of ambition and investment following that ambition now into low carbon technologies, particularly renewables and also EVs. And the way you need to think about that is a holistic way, which then brings those two together and they work well together. So you need to have a way of operating EVs, which is sympathetic to renewables, connecting for long periods of time, allowing smart charging, and eventually potentially vehicle grid charging as well. That needs to come through the fore. I agree with Mel to some degree that customer behaviors will develop over time, but ultimately in terms of how we bring the renewables, we need to have that long smart charging and connected time to the grid.
Thank you. Melanie.
Yeah, so this is obviously right in the heart of how I spend a lot of my time. There's no question, I think, with the big oil and gas companies and Shell in particular, that this is the journey that we're on. So that a debate around if or should is just doesn't happen anymore. So this is really about the future. I think what you will see is a couple of things. So one is real leveraging of an ecosystem. So where traditional oil and gas companies have got huge, I guess, benefits to bring to the table is around deep customer relationships, infrastructure management, technology, partnerships. You know, this is kind of the bread and butter of these organizations. So starting to kind of bring that to bear will help to accelerate that transition. And that's where I think the oil and gas companies can play a big role in terms of scale, in terms of resource, in terms of know-how, and certainly that's how I'm experiencing it at the moment. And certainly to Mike's point, I think that partnerships will continue to play a really big role in how we move forward. We are one part of the solution, but we're not the total solution, and so partnerships with government, with other private sector companies, with the municipalities. I mean, all of that is going to be really important for us moving forward.
Marvelous. Thank you very much, Melanie. And speaking of partnerships, I think a huge thank you for the partnership approach that our panelists have taken today, in particular in your patience in dealing with some of the technological issues that we had. Really appreciative of your time and your insights, and I'm really glad that we've been able to have such a great discussion at the end here to finish that off. So thank you to all of our panelists, and of course to Ubitricity for your support on this panel. So now it's time to engage with your fellow delegates via the online meetings platform. And do look out for any managed introductions that you have scheduled in your agenda. We will be back here at 10:45, so sticking to schedule for the next panel, which is on mainstreaming electric vehicles. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who've been involved in the EV Summit's Managed Introductions Programme, I hope you've had some really successful and actionable meetings. So now it's on to our second panel for the day, which is looking at mainstreaming of electric vehicles, something that we touched on yesterday in our with our OEM panelists, and we're going to take a deep dive into next. So in this panel, we will be addressing the issue of how to shift buying behaviours of consumers towards electric vehicles, how businesses can integrate electric vehicles into their fleets, and how policy shifts will ultimately pave the way towards the mainstreaming of EV. So firstly, many thanks to our panel partner, E.ON, who are sponsoring this mainstreaming electric vehicles panel. Our panel keynote from E.ON is Tom Jenkins, who's Senior External Affairs Executive from E.ON. And before we hand over to Tom, though, just a quick plea and request and encouragement for our online audience. Get your questions for Tom and all of the other panelists into us via the chat function on the platform. The EV Summit has always been focused around that deeply interactive experience. So we're really looking to you to pose those searching questions that we can put onto our panelists. Tom, I'm delighted that you can join us to open up the conversation on mainstreaming electric vehicles. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So good morning, everybody. I hope you're all well and looking forward to the holidays. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak at this summit on a really interesting topic. As I said, I'm Tom Jenkins. I'm Senior External Affairs Executive for E.ON UK. And E.ON, as I'm sure most of you will know, is one of the major energy companies in the UK, employing over 8,000 people and supplying over 6 million homes and businesses with gas, power and energy solutions throughout the UK. Our residential and SME customers receive 100% renewable backed electricity as standard. We are part of the E.ON group, which operates in a number of European markets, and we have over 36,000 EV charging points across Europe, and we operate across the EV charging value chain. E.ON has undergone quite a fundamental transformation in recent years. When I joined E.ON nearly 8 years ago, we were a company with quite a substantial fossil fuel generation portfolio. And over time, we've transitioned to a company looking squarely at low carbon technologies for homes, businesses and cities that will enable the delivery of the UK's net zero aspirations, with EV obviously being a really important element of that. Our head of E.ON Drive UK, Darren, was due to speak today, but unfortunately he could no longer make it. So he's asked me to step in and speak instead. So I hope I can convey the same sentiments as eloquently, as enthusiastically as Darren would have, and in the same compelling manner. I think if 2020 has taught us anything, it's shown the need for us to be flexible with our plans, has it not? So how do we mainstream EVs? I'd like to set out 3 points that I think are fundamental to the overall goal of decarbonising transport. The first point I'd like to make is the role of business in facilitating the necessary change. This is absolutely critical. For EVs to become truly mainstream, there needs to be a flourishing second-hand market, and businesses are an absolutely fundamental cog in the wheel in creating a successful second-hand market. In the region of 60% of car sales are second-hand, so this is still how people predominantly purchase their car. And with the difficult year we've had in 2020, this proportion has gone up rather than down. But for there to be a successful second-hand market, someone needs to be buying new, and this is where businesses come in, including organisations such as E.ON. Over half of the new cars are sold to businesses and fleets, so it's these decision makers who are creating the pipeline for the second-hand market a few years down the line. The point I'm trying to make is that if businesses wait for societal change to make step change to EV, they will become part of the problem and create a lag in the delivery of EVs to the second-hand market. Businesses absolutely need to lead this step change. At E.ON UK, we began this journey 12 months ago by converting our company car policy to battery electric only, so that within 3 years, all of our company cars will be electric. For those cash allowance drivers and our entire workforce, we've just launched a battery electric vehicle salary sacrifice scheme, enabling our people and their friends and family to drive an electric car. We're also a member of the EV 100, a group of large fleet operators who have all committed to electrifying their fleet by 2030. So I'd like to think we're walking the walk here. The second point I'd like to make is that we need to make EV ownership more inclusive and accessible for everyone. So EVs are not just available and appealing to those people in the highest income brackets. I've already spoken about the second-hand market, and that's an absolutely critical element to the attitudinal shift we need to see. But we also need the charging infrastructure in place to facilitate widespread adoption. What we need to avoid is the creation of car poverty, where lower income households are left behind and excluded from the benefits of car ownership, not least because of the job and studying opportunities, as well as access to cheaper supermarkets, etc., that car ownership allows. Perhaps one way to counteract this can come from the energy industry. As a supplier, we've long been called on to deliver government energy efficiency schemes, which improve the ability of low-income and vulnerable households to heat their homes. What if an equivalent scheme was to be developed, placing an obligation on vehicles' original equipment manufacturers to provide funding infrastructure in people's homes or within disadvantaged communities, genuinely levelling up the opportunity and benefits of EV ownership? And finally, I think we can all agree that 2020 has been a significant year of change for us all. The way we work, the way we socialise has completely changed, and maybe never it will be quite the same as it was pre-COVID. The fact that I'm doing this summit remotely from my spare bedroom in my home, which in the run-up to Christmas is looking more and more like a parcel distribution centre, says a great deal about how life has changed in 2020. If I look at my own circumstances, my wife and I now both work from home, and we have 2 cars that are previously essential for commuting. They're now not doing a lot of miles. I guess a lot of people are probably in similar circumstances and are waiting to see whether the changes they've experienced in 2020 are here to stay in the long term. So perhaps 2020 will be the starting point for a new normal, where the commute becomes a thing of the past. It may well provide us the opportunity to look more holistically at low carbon travel and reassess the way we've always done things. So alongside more affordable electric cars, we probably need stronger incentives to walk, cycle, scoot, e-scoot and car share, and encourage everyone to make the sustainable choice when they do travel. And we need the services in place so that public transport is a genuine viable option for our travel needs when we do have to travel further. I would never seek to deny anyone the advantages that car ownership brings. And it goes without saying that we all have an emotional attachment to our cars. But I would think that whilst in 10 years' time, we'll have more electric cars, perhaps we'll have less cars overall. So in summary, I believe the role of business is absolutely critical in leading this EV step change. We need to take everyone with us in this transition to electric vehicles and avoid car poverty. And finally, we need to mainstream other modes of low carbon transport and not just EVs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tom. I love that you were in your own parcel distribution centre there. I hope you'll be looking for some zero emissions last mile carriers. Many thanks for your fantastic insights into E.ON's work and for opening up this panel for us. One of the things that came up yesterday with one of our keynotes, Juliette Davenport, was she had a call for looking for simplicity and straightforward ways to make this transition and to make it easy for customers. So I wonder, in terms of enabling the mainstreaming of electric vehicles, how do you think we simplify that customer journey?
I think you've hit the nail on the head that simplicity is absolutely key. And again, if 2020 has taught us anything, we operate complicated, busy lives, and we don't have time for unnecessary complications. I suppose in the context of mainstreaming EV, we probably see a greater reliance on partnerships, especially with OEMs, and where the end user is very much in the design of an overall package. So, for example, an end user would pay one fee that includes the lease, the charging, the maintenance, a tariff, and then perhaps a suitable amount of miles or in their EV over a yearly basis. Just really simplifying that process so they don't have to go make choice after choice and go through a lot of step changes along the way.
Oh, brilliant. Well, Tom Jenkins, thank you very much for taking that question. And once again,
Pleasure.
Thank you to E.ON for supporting the panel. Please do hang around and join us for questions with the other panelists at the end of this slot. So next up on our mainstreaming electric vehicles panel, we have Jordan Brompton, Chief Marketing Officer at My Energy. Jordan, we are so delighted that you're speaking at the EV Summit this year, and very much looking forward to getting My Energy's perspective. Over to you to tell us about your wonderful work.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. So as mentioned, I'm Jordan, Chief Marketing Officer, but also one of the founders of My Energy. And we were a little startup 4 years ago that, you know, me and my founder, Lee Sutton, had this passion to really give the power back to the home owner. So we set about developing some eco-smart products, which have now taken the industry by storm. Probably most famous for our product, the Zappy charger, which was the first charger on the market to utilize solar energy if it's on your roof. We have a whole host of products, so we look at the power on the roof and how we can divert it within the home, and also support the grid as well, because we believe that you know, most people charge at home or at work, and utilizing the energy and being smart with that energy is going to be key for mainstreaming EVs. We got into this because EVs and renewable energy truly are our passion, and there's now 100,000 devices out there, and we want to make sure that we can support the grid moving forward. Sorry, I'm super nervous. I've lost my trail of thought. Sorry, I'm so nervous. If someone could jump in, and that would be great. Blop.
Hi, Jordan. Do not worry about it at all. You were doing an absolutely
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I
job.
got myself so psyched up.
But I think actually what's really fabulous to hear there is the origins of where your product, your service comes from, and what's important to you in terms of understanding that, for example, somebody at home with solar panels on their roof and wanting to have an electric car wants to make the most of all of that. And it's really about giving consumers then that control and that ability to say, this is how I want my bit of the energy system to work. Is that right?
That's exactly it. Like, we just find it so, we think it's so important, and the need, we were EV drivers ourselves and had solar panels on the roof, and was becoming increasingly infuriated that we was always just putting the spare power back to the grid, and we wanted to utilize it however best that we could. And that's when we developed the products. And we also looked at load balancing. So we were one of the first companies to, you know, to sort of invent the term smart charging. And that's now something that's become a core focus, because we see that for mass adoption of EVs, and as millions are on the road, that is going to become increasingly important.
Absolutely. And interesting as well, I think, that kind of involvement of people at a kind of household level in terms of smart energy. I'm involved in some projects here in Oxfordshire where we're looking at the development of the smart grid at a system level. So, you know, working with our distribution network operator, and kind of what the future of those flexibility markets will look like. And actually, it's one of the things we're trying very hard to do is to involve communities and individuals and understand what their needs are, so that as those, you know, what will be quite big systems and marketplaces develop, that there's a place for that. And it seems like you guys have got your eye on how to make that happen with the products and services there.
Absolutely. Education is something that's so important to us as well. And Key and I spend a lot of time speaking to the, you know, the everyday person and people that can't necessarily afford EVs and renewable energy yet, and try and look at how we can make it easy for them to get involved, have entry-level products, introduce them to key players in the market that's going to make it easier for them. So yeah, education at the moment is something that I feel is key, and something that as an industry we need to be doing more of, and the government needs to be doing more of. And,
you know, as somebody who's got expertise in marketing, do you think the messaging to the consumer is, you know, well, one, is it the most important thing about making electric vehicles mainstream now? And how are we doing?
Absolutely. I think we're doing better. You know, in these 4 years that I've been on the scene, it's definitely getting better and better. But there are, you know, we could go further, especially The government could go further. For me, COVID has highlighted that, and how we've handled COVID and put out this mass messaging. You know, let's not forget the fact that 55,000 people a year die from toxic air, you know, from heart disease, lung failure and things like that. And we don't count those deaths every day. And it's something that we should be, because climate crisis is very much at the forefront of our minds as a business. And that's why we got into what we're doing and believe in renewable energy so much that it has to be key moving forward. And domestically, I think is the answer.
Well, thank you so much for your views on those, Jordan. We will have you back when we get into our panel discussion, and really looking forward to hearing more from you then. So thanks again. Our next speaker is Rob Jolly, who is the co-founder and CEO of Onto. Onto is the electric car monthly subscription service, which is changing the way that consumers can make the transition to the world of electric vehicles. Again, online audience, please, if you have questions for Rob or any of our other panelists, get them into us. And Rob, welcome to the EV Summit, and please take to the stage and tell us about what you are doing.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for inviting me to talk on this panel. So yeah, I'm Rob Jolly, CEO and co-founder of Onto. We're an all-inclusive electric vehicle subscription service. But before getting into that detail, I'll actually explain our journey to this point and why actually we've been trying to mainstream EVs. So back in 2013, I was actually working at Jaguar Land Rover. I was lucky enough to benchmark various EVs at the time, including Tesla Model S. And yeah, I think anyone who's been in a Tesla will kind of agree with me. The whole driving experience, it blows your mind. And it blew my mind back then while working for a pretty premium car manufacturer myself. So I don't believe mass adoption of a new technology happens from something just being as good as its predecessor. It has to be better. And it's really scary to make a big change in your life. And to move across to an EV is a big change. And there's a number of concerns people have to overcome, especially if you've never driven a car, an electric car, I should say. So most of the UK would rather be eco-friendly. I mean, that's fairly obvious. But most people also don't want to compromise in order to do it. So the reason I started Onto was because I realized back then I was lucky enough to have driven the future and experienced something that a lot of people at that point hadn't experienced. However, to mainstream EVs, you need to get everyone into a car. They need to experience it for themselves. At the moment today, 90% of new cars are sold on finance, generally through PCP, personal contract purchase. And 70% of those customers don't own the car at the end of the agreement. They just swap into a new car. People just don't buy outright new cars anymore. However, they still have to commit to one car for many years. So how do we get people into EVs when it is such a big jump for them? This is where Onto comes in. So we're trying to make it as low commitment and hassle-free to transition across to driving an EV as possible. For one fixed monthly fee, you get not just your car with 1,000 miles a month, but also insurance, free public charging, and servicing and maintenance. There's no upfront deposit. It's just a 1 month commitment that rolls. So we're empowering people to have more but own less, and importantly, without paying a premium for that flexibility and that ability to change car or stop if it's not working for you in the meantime. As Tom mentioned earlier, simplicity is key. So when people come to our website, I think generally they're pleasantly surprised by the value of the proposition. We hope we're changing the perception that transitioning to an EV doesn't come at a cost. How often actually have you added together all the expenses that go into running a petrol or diesel car? How much does 1,000 miles a month cost in petrol? How about all the servicing and maintenance that goes into that? We're now the largest EV fleet in the UK. We're doubling in size every 6 months. And this has been fueled by consumer demand for EVs already being there and actually just unlocking a simple way for them to access that. We've also recently launched Onto for Business, where companies and employees can now enjoy the same subscription experience while reaping the tax benefit that come with an EV company car, whether it's through salary sacrifice or a traditional company car. But at the same time, we've also tried to make the transition as digital and simple as possible, and actually simpler than the traditional car buying process most people will have experienced at one time or another. So we've created an easy digital customer journey to access a vehicle, right from signing up online in 15 minutes through our app or website and having a car delivered to your door in less than a week. You don't even have to be there in person when the car dropped off. So when we say it's a digital solution, yeah, we mean it. If your car key is digital, the car's unlocked and accessed through our app. And guess what? Customers sometimes subscribe for years, sometimes for months. Sometimes they stay in one car, sometimes they're swapping every time there's a new model, so every couple of months. And sometimes they leave us, but really that's okay, because what we know either way, when they are changing or swapping or leaving, they're not moving back to a petrol or diesel car. Thanks. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Rob. It really does sound marvelous. So let me ask you the then obvious question: what is it that you are finding most challenging in this space?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be managing supply and demand to really get cars out to customers. So I mean, through a lot of 2019, we had huge waiting lists. We've now been lucky enough to have a lot of partnerships we've unlocked with car manufacturers, free flowing, and I think across the board now seeing supply open up. Car manufacturers are confident this change is happening, that they've got kind of fleet emissions they've got to hit. Actually, consumers want this car, and it is becoming mainstream to go EV. So it has been traditionally balancing the way and how quickly it was in, but I think over time that's improving.
And interestingly, because has come up in many of our other discussions on other panels, is around engagement and partnership working across the sector. So does that then speak to the partnerships that you need to build for your business?
Yeah, I think it's not one kind of thing in isolation. Accessing and driving a car, and the whole ecosystem has to work together. And yeah, all the different kind of panel members on this session are a part of that and simplifying that whole journey for the customer. So yeah, it's amazing to see the amount of kind of innovation, whether it is the ING or GridServe or Eon's kind of salary sacrifice and everything else. It's everything has to work together and make it as simple as possible for the customer at the end of the day.
Brilliant. Thank you very much again. Hang around for the end of the panel session. Our final panel speaker is Sam Clark. Sam, delighted to have you with us. You're the Chief Vehicle Officer at GridServe, and we're really pleased that you can join us. Please take it away. Our audience is yours.
All right. Well, thanks, Mary. Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's been a busy few weeks for us over at GridServe, and a busy few years for me, I guess. I've been driving electric vehicles for over 15 years now, and as I seem to say on my introduction every time, but I think it means a lot because I've learned the hard way, as indeed our CEO Toddington Harper has, in terms of what the infrastructure has been like, and it's a growing industry, a growing market, and the whole topic that we're talking about today, I think, is all about is mainstreaming that and how we streamline that going forward. And as Jordan's already articulated, there's a huge market for home charging and all the other really clever bits of kit that they've designed to go into the house to make that as smooth a transition as possible. Rob very well summarised, the sort of flexibility of leasing that those guys create, and hopefully at GridServe we're creating something that addresses another part of that mainstream channel, which is a high-powered solution that actually works, that is reliable, that has multiple chargers per location, and has all the concessions and information that you need to progress through EVs. So on that note, I've got a little video which hopefully we can play, which I'm going to talk over. It just explains a bit about GridServe. So I'm going to have to talk very, very quickly, but here we go. So this is our electric forecourt in Great Notley in Essex, near Braintree. I know some of the people have already been here, but were you to come to our sites, we have a lovely one-way system here, which is designed for many reasons. The innocuous label on the left-hand side there is dedicated to buses and trucks of the future. We've got a 5 megawatt grid connection and a 6 megawatt hour battery over the side of that fence. In addition, we've got obviously cycling bays and cycling spaces, some staff parking here. You can see the main dual carriageway and how busy it is there, as well as a digital totem showcasing some of our retail partners, a little bit more ICE parking and staff parking around the back here. First piece of charging you'll see is the 6 Tesla superchargers up to 250 kilowatts. We also have, quite conveniently here, a lift, which enables us to put vehicles on the top floor of the building, which is really important from a showcase and event space upstairs, which I'll talk about a little bit more. As we go around the building, we've got another 6 AC chargers up to 22 kilowatts, your traditional air and water on the left there, more ICE bays, because they're important. ICE bays, internal combustion engine bays, are important. A queuing lane on the left, which obviously is not going to be needed on day one, but perhaps in a few years it just might, so we've got that provision just in case. And then the big wow factor, I suppose, as we go past another digital totem, is our 24 high-powered DC chargers. The 12 on the outside of the canopy are up to 90 kilowatt DC, and the ones in the middle here, the 24 in the middle, 12 in the middle, are up to 350 kilowatts, more power than any vehicle on the road today can currently manage. And then there's a good shot there of our 200 peak kilowatt solar array on the roof of the building and the canopy as well. Lastly, we fly into the building, so we've got WH Smith's, Boots, Costa's, Gourmet, Post Office, etc. downstairs, all this sort of amenities you'd expect to see in a premium lounge type environment. Upstairs, a plethora of different types of seating for people while they wait in their vehicles charge. We have an exercise area, exercise bikes that are connected to the grid. So as you pedal, you're actually putting energy back into the local grid. I did that on a webinar just last week. More seating arrangements, more toilets, digital touchscreens, so you can see what your next car is going to be. A meeting pod on the left there, 1 MG on showcase, an LED wall which we can present with. Beautiful looking EQC there again in the corner, as well as multiple meeting pods. There's 3 on the left and 1 on the other side that are bookable at any given time. So that there's space for any sort of business meetings or training days or whatever you may wish to use the space for. And of course, a kids area too, which is very dynamic, very digital, lots of physical things to play with, but also lots of touchscreens to use at the same time. And that ultimately is our forecourt of the future, our electric forecourt of the future. This is the first one of over 100 we're building around the UK, as well as another layer beneath that of more smaller hubs. And as well as all of that, we also own and operate a multiple array of solar farms. And there is one particular one, 44 miles down the road, 60 acres of solar energy, which is powering this building through and the chargers through a sleeved arrangement. So every piece of energy that we take out of the grid, we are putting the same back in again by virtue of our solar farm. So that's just a whistle-stop flyby of our way of mainstreaming the EVs of the future.
Sam, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I don't think it's going too far to say that your tour that you've just given us is really a vision of what ambition looks like, and it's just amazing to see. I know you're not expecting a queuing space at the beginning, but I think you might find that actually people are queuing up just to come and have a go driving across the country in their electric vehicles. So it begs the question: have you got more planned?
Yeah, we do have more planned, and just to your previous point, it's amazing the sort of people that have come to visit already. We've had people that come just to buy food from Booth's supermarket, which is apparently very popular up north. I'm from down south, so I didn't know that. So we've got people coming for just to buy food, as well as charge their cars, which is great. But yeah, and until that point, we are spreading geographically quite aggressively over the next few years. So the end target is over 100 electric forecourts within the next 5 years. We've got somewhere near 4 to 7 planned for next year, and then we ramp it up quite heavily after that.
Amazing, amazing to hear, and we will look forward to seeing those popping up nearby. So now it's time to bring back our other panelists for our discussion, and we will be asking the panelists to ask questions of one another. So Tom, as our panel keynote, can I come to you and invite you to ask the first question of our other panelists?
Sorry, just take myself off mute. I think one of the key things we've seen in energy is people resistant to new technology. And I suppose I'd ask the other panelists how we tip that kind of hardcore element of the population who might be resistant to purchasing an EV? How do we tip them over into being believers?
Sam, would you like to come in on that first?
Yeah, sure. I think Jordan said it earlier. Really, it's and it's something that comes up in every webinar I ever do is education. You know, we've got in fact a recent blog from Fully Charged talked about onions and the fact that we've had the pioneers, we've had the early adopters, and now we're into the early mainstream. And the only way we're going to be able to incubate that early mainstream is by education. And that's what forums like this are really, really important to deliver that kind of message that you know, EVs are here, they work. They are cheaper to run, as Rob said, you know, and we need to educate the wider audience. You know, I've spent a lot of time talking about this as other panelists have over the years, with in a sort of preaching to the converted sort of audience. And I think the challenge now is to get out beyond that converted audience into the early adopter world, proper education about how these things really work.
Thanks, Sam. Jordan, anything to add to Sam's thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I did mention it, education. I'm going to second that because it's so important, and I still get asked all the time. You know, there's a lot of propaganda online about how not green EVs are and the damage that they cause. You know, and I always say that, you know, once they've been manufactured and once they're with their owner, that is it. Like, there's no emissions being spewed out the back end of these cars. That is it. And if you can charge them off renewable energy, then they are, you know, it's busting those and debunking those propaganda myths that are spreading on the internet is something that I think is key. So education. I like to get in there with the kids as well and educate them young, because I really feel like they're going to be the ones that drive it forward even more. Like, we're living in an exciting time, but it's going to be huge for the kids.
Absolutely. And Rob, any further thoughts from you, and perhaps your question for the other panelists?
Yeah, sure. So I would again agree with both Sam and Jordan's comments. I think it's about focusing on the positives and the advantages, that actually the average customer, the average driver drives what, 8,000 miles a year, and you break that down to 20 miles a day. Most people are charging at home, which is actually easier than going to a fuel station. When you got the likes of GreenTV popping up and making it not just an equivalent experience, but a better experience than going to a fuel station. It's about showing the advantages, and it is about educating the missing information, but it's also just about making it open and obvious to people, getting people to experience it, because actually how many people switch back from an electric to a petrol or diesel car? It just doesn't happen, and that's testament to the fact that actually it is a better product for the mass market.
Thank you. And your question, sorry?
Yeah, sorry. So my question then would be on whether I guess the guys on this call have seen a difference in profile of customers, and I guess starting maybe with Jordan and the 100,000 chargers installed is insane. And have you seen over 4 years the profile of customer already becoming mass market?
So good question. I just need to clear it up that it's not 100,000 EV chargers, it's all of our devices, you know, within the home. But the actual change in customer has started happening, and it went from stereotypically being middle-aged male that was viewing our you know, our platforms, and we could track that through, you know, Google Analytics and things like that. But it's slowly starting to become, you know, more women are looking at it, which is exciting, and the millennials seem to be picking it up next. You know, it's something that I've noticed, you know, my age group. I think once cars are more affordable, and you'll be able to help with that with like good leasing deals and things, once cars are more affordable and there's the better deals around, I think we'll see the millennials start taking traction, but we're seeing that definitely leak into our tracking when we're doing our marketing. Tom,
any other thoughts on this one? Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, I really like, it's the sound of 2020, isn't it? You're on mute. I really like Sam's onion analogy, actually, that you know, the early adopters through to becoming mainstream. I think we really are beginning to see that. I think over the next few years, hopefully, as that sticker price goes down on EV vehicles and range anxiety is conquered, then I think we'll see more widespread adoption. But the battle's not won yet. You know, there's still quite a lot of pushing to do, and there's still a lot of backing that the government needs to provide, and certainty that the government needs to provide to kind of really tip us over the edge into kind of mainstream acceptance.
Thank you, Sam.
No, not much more to add, really. I think it's, you know, the question's been thoroughly answered, and I agree with Tom and Jordan's points. Yeah.
So, Sam, can we have your question for the other panelists?
Okay, yeah. So I guess my question would be that you know, GreenTV launched a couple of weeks ago, and about 3 or 4 weeks previous to that, we had the announcement of the banning of petrol and diesel by 2030, which was good timing for us, I've got to admit. But there's that little stigma still of hybrids being 5 years after that, and my concern a little bit is, are we going to see a natural adoption from diesel or petrol to hybrid rather than fully electric? It would be great if people didn't do that, but I'm concerned that might be the next step. And I'm not a huge hybrid fan for many reasons. Not least the fact that they're also as deceiving as Dieselgate was back in the day, but and concepts of self-charging drives me up the wall. But I guess my question therefore is you know, is do the other contributors think that might be a challenge to overcome?
Jordan, would you like to take that one first?
Yeah, I think that one's on the OEMs, really. All we can do as people of the industry that sort of know a little bit more about the facts, and that's not to be, you know, disrespectful to people that don't take so much interest. But I personally believe that BEVs will win, and I will do my damnedest to push that. But I do see it being a problem, because I think that you know, the larger manufacturers of electric vehicles it's easier to transition to hybrids than it is full electric, you know, full manufacturing set up for electronics. They've already got the infrastructure to build diesel and petrol cars. Some of them are obviously steaming ahead and switching to fully electric, and will fully support that. But I think naturally that's going to be the next step, because we've already got all the infrastructure set up. So we just have to do our best to educate the masses that it's not the way forward, and that, you know, we're doing this for climate change, not anything else. Like, keep reiterating that it's not just because we want EVs and we want to cause the OEMs headaches with the manufacturing. We're doing it because we want to breathe in clean air, and we've got to meet our targets for climate change. That is the most important thing.
And such a good point there, Jordan. And interestingly, on our OEM panel yesterday, you know, one of the things that was discussed was the possibility of having an electric model equivalent for every conventional model, so that the customer is really presented with that, you know, direct choice.
Definitely.
Rob, this speaks to your world. What would you like to say on this one?
Yeah, so I guess firstly agree with both the points before. I think the other thing to bear in mind is this is a transition for the OEMs as well as it is for customers. And if that transition means they've got to find a horrible, expensive, complex technology that merges battery electric and petrol, while they've got a platform which has already kind of been made and has a lifetime, then maybe it is a way. Alternatively, if it walks more people to battery electric cars faster, then great too. But in the long term, it is, I mean, you're adding two compromised powertrains into one product, so it doesn't make a better overall product. Battery electric will win in the long term. I mean, we don't have any hybrids on our platform at all. It's only pure electric. But if it is a stepping stone that allows OEMs to kind of walk certain customers that might be even more concerned than people willing to move across to battery electric first, then it's still a step in the right direction. But I agree that I don't like the technology. I think it is misleading, and I don't think it will win in the long term.
Yeah, so interestingly speaking there to that transformation that's happening, both on the customer side and on the supply or incumbent side of the sector. I mean, in terms of large organizations making a transformation, Tom, perhaps that's something you could comment on.
Yeah, I mean, transformation's never easy, and it does take a number of years and vision to kind of move forward. On the hybrid point, I think we're probably all singing from the same hymn sheet, really, in that I think battery will ultimately win out in the end, and there'll be a natural progression in technology that makes hybrids not as good a technology as battery electric vehicles. I think we have concerns about how PHEVs are used, certainly in terms of their real world emissions. I've seen some data that suggests that they're perhaps a lot worse than some ICE cars. So yeah, we'll wait to see, but I think the devil will be in the detail of that kind of extension of 5 years.
Thanks, Tom. And we've got time left, Jordan, for you to pose a question to the other panelists.
I guess my question would be, if you could get into number 10 Downing Street, some of you already might have, what would be your biggest question for government? Because I've been over to Norway and I've seen what they've done, and with mainstreaming EVs and the tax incentives. And, I just feel like we as a country in the UK could go a lot further. What would be your number one ask?
And let's come to Rob.
Yeah, so I think it's about making sure that there's proper support for the whole ecosystem. So it isn't just about having investment in the short term or sticking kind of very aggressive targets on without the support there. It has to involve the charging infrastructure. It has to involve getting to price parity for the car manufacturers of their battery technology versus I guess petrol, diesel, and offering kind of the plug-in grants they are in the meantime. So I guess it would be just to make sure that what they're saying will actually lead to, I guess, the support for businesses like all of us, and the support to really drive this to a mass market offering, and not just, I guess, a very good soundbite.
Thanks, Rob. Sam, I saw a little smile on your face at the question. Have you got something in mind for number 10?
Yeah, I think I've got a time delay as well, which makes that more awkward. But yeah, I think what I would probably say is that I would ask number 10 to listen to the commercial world, people like us, as much as they can. I think there's definitely a place for academia and for professors and doctors to write papers around the concept. But the reality is that people who started this journey 5-10 years ago, or perhaps even more, are the people that really matter. That I think that the government needs to listen to understand how we do proportion funds in the future, so that it is distributed in the right places, that it not necessarily focuses on one particular type of charging or company, but certainly puts money in the right places. Because I think we have a risk potentially of distributing funds in the wrong places and putting it into charges that potentially might be obsolete in a very short space of time. So I'd love them to listen a little bit more to industry, and perhaps some of us that have been there a long time, rather than just what it says in academic papers.
Very, very clear ask there then. And just final words from Tom.
Yeah, I'd agree with a lot of what Sam said there. I suppose more of a plea than a question. Provide us with certainty, with a plan for 5-10 years as to how we're going to reach that goal. Certainty's been something that's been in short supply for quite a while now. And so I outlined earlier how I think business is absolutely critical to this step change. So back business and provide us certainty.
Brilliant. Well, we had Grant Shapps on earlier. Hopefully he's still listening, and we will see some of that coming out of government sometime soon. Brilliant insights, everybody. Thank you so much for the discussion. I could happily stay here and chat with you for another hour. But the EV Summit is all about high energy bursts and sparking thoughts and action. So on that note, it's time for me to just thank you all again, and particular thanks, of course, to Tom and to Eon for partnering up with us on this important panel. Now, for those of you in our online audience signed up to Managed Introductions, time to head over to your digital meetings. And we will be back here at 12 p.m. for the Fleet Electrification, Vans and Trucks panel. So another key vector in the EV revolution and the focus on electric vehicles in a commercial capacity. Ciao for now. Welcome back to our third panel of day 2 of the EV Summit 2020. This panel is on fleet electrification of vans and trucks. We want to say thanks to our panel partner, EO Charging, for this fantastic support that they are giving to the panel. Today, our panelists will be addressing the following question. With vans and trucks creating a disproportionately high level of emissions, is it key to focus decarbonisation and investment efforts onto the van and truck sector? So to welcome our first speaker from EO Charging, huge thanks for partnering up with us in this, and it is Charlie Jordan, who is EO Charging's CEO and founder. Thank you for joining us today, Charlie. EO are a UK-based electric vehicle charge point and charging software developer who distribute to over 30 countries around the world. Many, many thanks for coming here to speak. We're delighted that you're with us, and please take the stage.
Thank you for having me. And look, we love electric vans and trucks, and we've been waiting for the van and truck market to kick off. And I think the last 12 months, it really has done. So I've got a presentation. Yeah, awesome. Hopefully you can see that. I didn't want to talk much about the products, but I just wanted to try and be helpful to anyone that is looking at their fleet of vans and trucks and maybe even buses, and try and provide some lessons that we've learned. And again, hopefully that will be useful to you. So next slide, please. The EO is a manufacturer of charging stations. We make what's called AC charging points based here in the UK. We've also built our own software platform and back office and driver app. So far, we've sold 35,000 charge points across 30 countries. The UK is our home here in London and also up in Suffolk. We work, again, in many countries, but about 40% of our business is UK and Ireland. And so, today I wanted to talk to you about some of the work that we're doing in the emerging van and truck space. Next slide, please. So I think if you're looking at your fleet and you're going, okay, well, I'm thinking about going electric. I might have even committed to going electric, and as you can see, there's many businesses now committing to a 2030 pledge to have a fully electric fleet by that date. And I think the first conversation normally is, I've made some kind of commitment, or I'm thinking about it, and I need to find a vehicle that suits my needs. So the first conversation is typically, okay, is there a vehicle available for me on the market today that does the right range, is the right price, and I can comprehend adding to the fleet? If that's the first question, the second question is, if I do transition, how the heck do I charge these things? So again, whilst EO does make product and software, and that is what we do, that's our business. Before we even get to that point,
Hello, we seem to have lost Charlie there. What a shame. What I think that we might do while we're waiting to get Charlie back up and running, and as I've said before, our GreenTV elves are always busy and ready to do that. We will go to our next panelist, and that will be Rob Fowler. So Rob is the CEO at Volta Trucks and a great friend to the EV Summit, so I'm sure he won't mind stepping up a bit quicker than he was perhaps planning to. And for those of you who don't know, Volta Trucks is a Swedish startup that recently launched the Volta Zero, an electric truck designed by a British-based group of companies. So Rob, thank you for stepping in a little bit quicker than expected, and take it away. We'll get going on sorting Charlie's tech out.
Sure, thanks, Mary. No problem with stepping in, and thank you to everybody at the EV Summit for the opportunity to speak today. So Volta Trucks are a 16-ton urban distribution electric vehicle startup OEM. We started the company around sort of 2 to 3 years ago, but have really gathered traction over the course of the last 12 months. My background prior to this was I spent a number of years at DPD, the logistics industry, and was heavily involved in their electrification programs as they scaled up their EV fleet. So covered everything from supporting with procurement, charging networks, all the way through to developing some electrically assisted vehicles with third parties, through to advising the City Hall on how freight worked in urban distribution. So quite a wide and varied background across both the operational deployment of electric vehicles, and then joined the team here at Volta Trucks in February this year, as we're going through quite a rapid scaling up process now, both in terms of our organizational development, but our commercial positioning as well. So quite a vast range of, or quite a broad range of experience, I would say, in the electrification industry. And delighted really that vans and trucks is now appearing more in the mainstream in really seeing operators taking this seriously, seeing that regulatory framework from government coming forward, which is starting to push that change. But actually, I think most significantly, what we're seeing now is that people reaching a point of understanding where both the operational viability and the pricing is right for these vehicles and can be effectively deployed into logistics operations. So this is no longer a choice between lots of money and sustainability, but actually it's a place where companies can get to now where sustainability, productivity, profitability, and operational efficiency all sit side by side.
Thank you very much there for stepping in. Just going to check with our background team. Are we sticking here? Or are we going to try and go back to Charlie? Okay, right. We're gonna do some questions with you if that's okay, Rob. So I guess what you were just saying there about kind of the shifting emphasis on what makes sense from a commercial perspective. And you also mentioned kind of regulatory environment. I'm just curious, when we were on the buses panel yesterday, we were talking about the real kind of place focus of that operators have to consider in terms of their fleet migration. So particularly what's going on where they're operating. Does the same thing kind of apply? Same kind of thing apply in the van and truck sector to the same extent? Obviously operating on lots of different scales there. In which case regulatory might mean both local, national and international context.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think what we're seeing now is fleet operators starting to understand how you put these vehicles onto the fleet with the lowest risk that they can do. So everybody's starting at trying to put them into low mileages, and then they gain back confidence. That means that they're happy to build up the range. And as soon as you start to build up the range, you start to build up a range of use cases that the vehicles can go into. And I think on top of that, what we're seeing, so cities like Paris and London, where those regulations are starting to move quite quickly, is that they're actually traveling relatively small geographical areas. Yeah, this is not vehicles doing 300-400 kilometers a day. This is vehicles doing 50 to 60 kilometers a day. And that means that the viability of electric vehicles becomes even more significant. And I think probably the final piece here around the service proposition that logistics operators can offer is what you see is this is no longer about just putting electric vehicles onto a fleet. It's about operators who want to offer nationwide next day service, particularly can't offer nationwide next day everywhere apart from London. So all of a sudden it started to change the thought process around this EV deployment for operators.
Amazing insights there. Thank you very, very much. I have heard the word that we're going to go back to Charlie now. So thank you very much there, Rob, and we will be coming back to you at the end of the panel. Charlie, I think we have you back.
I'm back. Can you hear me? Cool. Sorry about that. It's like being on Breakfast News. So look, I gave an introduction to EO. I don't know how much you heard, but yeah, what it is we do. The first question a fleet operator looking to electrify will ask is there a suitable vehicle for me? So it's just saw Rob Fowler speak, and there's Volta and other companies now actually have vehicles available or due to be available next year, and this van and truck space is emerging pretty quickly. So as a fleet operator, that first question is being answered with vehicles that are affordable, are available, and do the right range. If that is the first question, the second question is, if I adopt these vehicles onto my fleet, how the heck do I charge them? So from EO's perspective, we are a product and technology business, but actually to get to product and technology, we have to provide our fleet customers with an end-to-end service, which actually starts with analytics. So if we can go to the next slide. We call it a smart fleet consultation, and this is a very simplified version. But in essence, what we're asking our fleet customers is, how many EVs are you looking to get on the fleet today? What is the plan for next year, 3 years, 5 years? With these vehicles, how many miles are they traveling per day? And when they come back to the depot, how long do they park up for? If we understand that, we understand the energy requirement. There's a mistake on this slide, which is the bottom one, which is a repetition of dwell time. But what that should say is, it should say power supply. So if the top three answer, how much energy do we need? And the last one is, how big is your power supply at a site? And actually, if we can get hold of the 12-month energy consumption data, we can then work out, currently the supply is this big, the peak in consumption is X, and therefore you've got this much power available. And if you can then marry up the energy requirement against the power availability, we can then inform the fleet about, can you put charge points in here today? And actually, what is the breaking point? So I think the myths for fleet operators is, if I move to electric, I'm going to have to spend millions and millions of pounds upgrading my site's power supplies. Well, the fact is that's not fully true. There are instances, yes, where you have sites where there is not enough power and you have to bring a new supply in, and that can cost in the millions. But normally, at least to make a start, there is enough power at most industrial sites to have a number of EVs. So as part of our consultation, it's to basically say that you can make a start at vehicle 10, 20, 100, 200. You're not going to have enough power to recharge all of the vehicles back to where they need to be for the next day's trip. And so that breaking point can then be relayed back to the customer. We can investigate the cost of upgrading the power supply. So as a business operator looking to transition your fleet to electric, a big word that you'll probably hear in this conference is TCO. What is the total cost of ownership of the vehicle? And it's really important with electric vehicles. The cost of the vehicles might still be much more than a diesel equivalent, but actually if you're looking at owning these vehicles for 3, 5, 7 or more years, then actually it's about looking at the total cost of ownership. And that includes the vehicle, the fuel, which obviously is much, much cheaper with electric. It includes the maintenance, which again is much, much cheaper with electric. And it also should include the infrastructure. The guys who are transitioning, or girls transitioning their fleets to electric today, they're having to pay for the infrastructure. That should be a one-time thing. Of course, the next person in this job won't have to do so much deployment of infrastructure. But for this stage, we believe first the infrastructure is required. That's needless to say. But that infrastructure should be included in your total cost of ownership model, and it allows you to work out what money you've got to spend at what point. So if we can go to the next slide. The smart fleet consultation will understand number of miles traveled per day, dwell time back at depot. We can even help on advising the right vehicle, but that's fundamentally not our job. If we've done the consultation, obviously our ambition is to get to the point where we quote for the supply of the equipment, the installation, the software, and the operation. And so if we can jump to 2 slides ahead, we had a really great opportunity this year where we won a contract with currently an undisclosed company. We're hoping to have the press release out today, but it's been delayed to January. But this is the largest fleet electrification program for vans and trucks in history. And there should be 100,000 electric vans and trucks on their fleet by 2025. EO has been deploying chargers throughout this year, but trying to link back to what I was saying a second ago, this was a real opportunity for us to demonstrate everything that we offer. The deployment for 2020 has been 1,000 charge points across 15 depots. So to get to that point, we did the on-site analysis of each depot. We looked at number of EVs today versus number of EVs in 5 years. We looked at the size of the power supplies, we looked at the energy consumption data, and then we proposed the right charging solution. In this instance, it's been AC charge points, 7 and 22 kilowatts. We are doing a number of sites where we've got high-powered DC charge points up to 150 kilowatts. But for this application, because of the long dwell time, 8 to 10 hours, and only an average range of about 50 miles traveled per day, an AC charger was perfect. So we did the upfront analysis. We then created the design. So most of these sites have between 50 and 200 charge points per site. And we supply a quote to do the chargers, the installation, the power supply upgrades. So we did about 6 or 7 power supply upgrades out of 15. We managed and worked with an IDNO to do that. So we brought in new power supplies to about 7 sites. We then installed the infrastructure, we commissioned the infrastructure, and then we put the charge points onto our platform, which the client is now using to manage their EVs and EV charge points. The final thing I'll say on this is, this is now mission critical infrastructure. So if these charge points don't work or the vehicles don't charge, you cannot deliver parcels, or you can't deliver people, or you can't go to work. And so one of the things that we've developed, which we think firstly is market leading, but secondly is really, really important, is a really strong support and maintenance package. So we now offer a 24/7 support center, which basically means if something goes wrong on this customer's network, we get notified in the back end. We can try and fix the problem remotely. And if we can't fix the problem remotely in software, we send an engineer to site anywhere in the UK and Ireland, and actually also in Europe, within 1.5 hours. So it's our mission to keep those vehicles charging and allowing those people to go and deliver parcels the following day. So again, I haven't talked about product and I haven't talked about the software we offer, but I think in the context of today, the biggest question now is for you as fleet managers, how do I get my fleet to electric? I've got 10 years, I've got 15 years maybe, and infrastructure is a big challenge. It's a big challenge until you've done it, and actually once you've done it, obviously you know what to do. And with this deal, we've had the opportunity to build a turnkey service and actually do this in real life. And so for anyone that needs help, wants to talk about some of the things that we've done, like our door's obviously open, and we'd be really happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm so pleased we were able to get you back and everything working so we could hear the rest of your presentation there. We've had a question in from our audience, from Christopher Nolan, about depots and whether there's a need for a new supply to meet the overnight charging demand. And I think that you've answered the beginning of that in your presentation when you were talking about kind of the analysis and the phased approach and understanding at what point that's something they need to address. I just wondered if you might be able to say something about the side of it that you were touching on in the end, in that what is, perhaps traditionally a fleet management role is being increasingly becomes an infrastructure and perhaps more facilities energy management role as well, or at least those are closely related. and you know, what's needed on that side of things to be able to adapt and move forwards if you're running a depot, for example. Oh no, we've got frozen Charlie. So we will not get the answer to that question yet, but hopefully we will have Charlie back for the discussion at the end when I will ask him again if I get the opportunity. Okay, so moving on to our next speaker, Thomas Hemmerich, who is the Managing Director of MAN Truck and Bus UK. Thomas, over to you to tell us more of your insights into electric trucks and e-mobility and why it's so crucial to focus on that in the journey to net zero. All yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, Mary. Really pleased to have the possibility to give us our point of view from an MAN point of view. Actually, I think this question has become redundant since yesterday's announcement from the ACEA. Our CEO, Andreas Toastmann, the MAN CEO, signed under the umbrella of the ACEA the statement that from 2040 on, no commercial vehicle will be sold anymore with fossil fuel. And from 2050 on, all commercial vehicles have to be CO2 neutral. This was done by the ACEA, as I said, or under the umbrella of the ACEA. And therefore, it's crystal clear while we head in this direction that we have to head in this direction. However, the OEMs, we think this is necessary. We also think that it's possible and we can make it. However, we can only achieve this target if the policymakers, if all the other stakeholders join their forces in order to get everything going. Because just having a product which runs on a battery electric driveline or hydrogen, that's not sufficient. We need to have all forces joined in order to achieve this target. And I think MAN, you might have seen this in 2018, we started this journey with a fleet of full electric trucks for city distribution. We started this pilot project in Austria with 9 big logistical companies. They mainly work into the grocery business. And those trucks are running now for 2 years, haven't missed a beat. Everything works very successful. Just the power distribution or recharging here and there is an issue because the local power providers are not always able to provide enough power to recharge quick enough. Second big project here in UK, MAN was awarded this year to join the DPD way of the future for zero emission. We signed a big contract for 100 electric vans. The majority of those are already delivered, which is great. So we are very happy to be a part of this. And just a couple of months ago, MAN in the bus business, city bus business, where we see the biggest impact in the next years to come, started a serial production of full electric battery-driven buses. So it's a very interesting development. And I have to say, 150 years ago, we did support and finance Rudolf Diesel in order to get the diesel engine industrialized. And right now, being a part of the transition, all of us, the transition going from the diesel engine to new alternative drivelines, be it battery electric, being fuel cell or hydrogen powered combustion engines, is super excited. And I can't think about a more interesting time being in the commercial vehicle industry.
Thank you so much, Thomas. It certainly is an exciting time, and you know, across the EV sector, so much going on. We've had a question in from the audience, a specific one asks a question to clarify what SEER means and explain that a bit more to our audience.
That's an association for the International Automobile Association. So that's not the countrywide, it's a European-wide association or international one for commercial vehicles.
Thank you very much. Absolutely appreciated for explaining that. I guess just to take another question, could you say something about how you see the market moving forwards and you know, kind of in terms of demand and supply and the ability to keep pace?
Yeah, sure. I think in the next couple of years, the focus will be on battery electric solutions, especially in urban solutions. However, for long haul, I still see the diesel engine for a couple of years because so far for the diesel engine, from a range point of view, we can't satisfy the demand of the customers from a payload point of view. And I think Charlie raised a very interesting topic early on. He raised the topic of TCO. I think in order to meet the TCO requirements, we really need support from all the parties involved, and we need to have a comprehensive CO2 pricing to drive this transition. Without those steps, we will not be successful.
Oh, interesting. Interesting call for regulation, and interesting to see what the effect might be on other sectors and who's involved and who's not involved in that case. Well, lots of food for thought there. So thank you very much indeed, Thomas. So on to our next speaker of the panel, who is Justin Laney, General Manager of Fleet at John Lewis Partnership. Justin heads up commercial fleets side at what is arguably one of the biggest retailers in the UK. And I think nearly 4,000 commercial vehicles and over 1,000 cars, Justin, if we've got that correct. So I will hand over to you, and our stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And you are correct in the numbers. In fact, it's a little bit more than that now. We're expanding pretty fast in certain areas. So yeah, it's a mixed fleet of everything from cars right up to maximum weight 44-ton trucks pulling double-deck trailers. We have some commitments and some ambitions already out there. One of those commitments is that all our heavy trucks will be running on biomethane by 2028, and we're pretty well on the route to that. By the end of this year, we'll have 230 approximately trucks running on biomethane. By 2030, we have the ambition to be completely free of fossil fuel. And by 2035, the company's committed that we'll be zero carbon. So that means the fleet obviously has to be zero carbon by 2035 as well. I'll focus on really mainly on EVs, since this is the EV summit rather than the gas trucks, but more than happy to speak about the gas trucks. So yeah, there's kind of there's about 4,000 cars and vans that we need to convert to EV in that timescale. So it's quite a task. The vans, and in fact it's vans and light trucks, are spread between about 250 different operations. So a big task there on infrastructure as well as on vehicles. I think there's probably three main things I'm going to talk about. One of them is as Charlie's already mentioned, the importance of understanding the energy requirements. So I think Charlie's covered that pretty well from a point of view of infrastructure and understanding the implications for that. There's very much a task, I think, to make the vehicles that we're operating as efficient as possible, and that's both in the vehicle itself and the operation through smart scheduling, reducing mileage where we can. The benefit of that is that the most efficient vehicle will have a smaller battery. That's lower cost to buy. It means the vehicles are more efficient, so the vehicle actually uses less energy, and it means that task of charging it overnight becomes a little bit easier. And the more we can do slow charging on those kind of low power chargers that Charlie talked about, and avoiding local reinforcement of the grid, the better. So that the whole efficiency of the whole system at any site is really key. And there's all sorts of strategies we can use to make vehicles as efficient as possible. The other one has already been talked about a lot, TCO. So if you look at the three main elements to make that up, I think it's already been covered off. You'd expect maintenance to be an awful lot cheaper, fuel cost to be an awful lot cheaper. The vehicles cost more, and the infrastructure is a cost you don't normally have with diesel. But I think that there's real potential to make EVs last a lot longer than the diesel vehicles. If you think about the reasons you might dispose of a diesel vehicle, it might be that you're concerned about engine life, and you're going to get to a point when the engine is going to expire. So that might make it uneconomical to repair. There's body corrosion on a typical steel-bodied vehicle. There's accident damage, that kind of stuff. But if you think about an EV with very few moving parts, so wear should be a lot lower. Some of the ground-up EVs, I'm thinking of the Arrival in particular, the Volta, LEVC, have composite panels on them, so that the corrosion won't be a problem there. Accident repair is going to be a lot easier. I think it's going to be really practical to make those vehicles last like as long as 20 years possibly. So yeah, so some really optimistic points there on TCO. The final point is I think it's easy to focus early on the real hard to convert routes. So perhaps those very long distance van routes. Much more sensible to focus on the low hanging fruit initially. Those are routes where you get the best financial gain and the best CO2 benefit. So that might be longer distance routes that you can still do on standard batteries, or it might be routes going into London where you're saving the ignition charge. So yeah, as Thomas was saying, really exciting time. I've been involved in fleets for 35 years, and it's never been more exciting. So looking forward to the challenge. I'm optimistic about it. I think it's very doable. So yeah, and be happy to answer questions later. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Justin. Justin, a question in for you. Our audience are curious to know if you have anything you can say about the response of your drivers and kind of that side of making this transition.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too early days for drivers of EVs because we don't have many right now. We're kind of waiting for suitable vehicles to be available next year for our kind of category, which is the heavier 3.5 tonners. But the drivers of the gas trucks really like them, that for a number of reasons. First of all, the trucks are much quieter and smoother than diesel vehicles, so that they feel less fatigued. They also report they don't go home smelling a diesel, which is always a kind of hazard of a diesel truck. And that was a surprising bit of feedback. We weren't expecting it, but that for them is really important. And the other one is that they also like the fact that it's a vehicle that's saving a lot of carbon. You know, a typical diesel truck will generate about 100 tons of CO2 a year. Our gas ones are generating 80. Sorry, they're generating 20, saving 80. And we're working towards a system where we'll have zero carbon biomethane. So they like the fact that they're helping the environment, or certainly causing less damage. And they like the fact when they talk to their partners at home, the families, fellow truck drivers, that they got something a little bit different. So yeah, that's something not to underestimate. And in that transition, really important that all the comms is there to explain to people why we're doing what we're doing, what the benefits are, and then you find people are really kind of asking for it to happen quicker, which is a great place to be in.
Oh, brilliant. And well, hopefully we can have you back in future summits and we'll hear some more driver stories from you as your journey on that continues. Really exciting. So it is now time to bring our panel back together for a bit of a discussion and to enable the panelists to ask each other some questions. We're going to start by going to Rob, because Rob, I know that with some slight technical issues earlier, we unfortunately cut you a little bit short. So an opportunity just to say a few key things, and then could you please put your question to the other panelists?
Yeah, thanks, Mary. So yeah, it's been, I think everyone's points that they've made have been really positive and really good. And I think that we're all sort of, clearly this group of people is all on board with that change. And I think one of the fascinating pieces which was picked out, this is something that we see, is that this is the context of how you change to electric vehicles is no longer the same way that you would do for a diesel vehicle. And the feeling that we have as a business and from our customer engagement is that just selling an electric vehicle to somebody is not the solution anymore. And I think organizations like the work that EO are doing has been really valuable in the sense that we are looking as a company at Volta Trucks at providing the full suite of services that sits alongside this. And there have been challenges around servicing and maintenance networks in the past with EVs, everything through to how you handle that charging and hardware. And historically, people buying diesel vehicles tended to be transport department, but the implications now of procuring electric vehicles run much further. So from our point of view as a business, we see it as a great opportunity to support our customers in that transition. And I think really to sort of chuck a question onto the floor for people is that, so starting with someone like Charlie, is Charlie, in the work that you do when you go in and you meet operators, do you feel like you're giving them comfort and reassurance and actually supporting them on that journey rather than necessarily, you're very much a key component of that, but you can give people confidence in the equipment that you're providing, that the vehicles can be used reliably for the operations that they're looking for?
Yeah, I think I was actually going to ask similar question to you guys. Like, as a fleet who is looking at going electric, like, where do you, like, who do you go to? Like, who do you go to for advice on, do my sites have enough power? What kind of infrastructure is required? And I think the reason we've built the service we've built is because I wouldn't know where to start. Like, do you go and pay a consultant to go around and look?
Oh no, another frozen Charlie. Oh, this is such a shame, such a shame. But perhaps we could come to Thomas to reflect on that particular topic.
Certainly we can. Actually, I was just thinking about this because we started this e-mobility journey, 2018, a couple of years ago. And we decided that we need to establish kind of a consultancy department, because it's not just throwing the key for the vehicle over the fence or on the table of the fleet operator. It's much more a consultancy job, as just raised by Charlie. Where do you get the power from? Do you get enough power? Is the power produced eco-friendly? Because I just a couple of days ago I read an article that actually in Japan, big companies changing to hydrogen, but the hydrogen is delivered from a brown coal power plant in Australia. So this is not really eco-friendly if you produce your hydrogen or the electricity in a coal plant. So the question needs to be answered, is it eco-friendly produced as well? Because I think you need to consider from cradle to grave if it's eco-friendly. If you just have a car, a van, a truck being powered environment friendly, it doesn't make sense if you don't think from the very start to the beginning. And that's just to answer this. Consultancy is crucial. It's much more important than just to park a new product on your doorstep.
Thank you for that, Thomas. And I think there is something about the complexity of it. It's not a straightforward linear process necessarily to make this transition. There's something iterative about understanding what you need and therefore how about going to it. Charlie, we lost you in the middle of that. Is there anything else you just wanted to quickly add in terms of this particular question?
Sorry, I know it's horribly painful. It's all I was saying is, as a fleet operator, we feel the pain of, where do I go to get the right kind of advice? Do I go to consultants who come out and assess all my sites and produce me a very comprehensive but expensive report? And actually, we took the decision that actually, no, we can do this. Like, we understand charging, obviously. We understand the vehicles actually really, really well. And as part of our offering to fleets, providing that upfront consultancy should be part and parcel, and we hope that people come to us. And so I think, to answer Rob's question, EO is and again we have to be very focused on this, but we try and work with fleets that have got obviously bigger fleets, but have also made the types of commitments like John Lewis Wakejoys have, where you actually got an electrification plan and a commitment to have a fully electric fleet. And that's where we think we can add the most amount of value, because it's not just an overnight decision. It's not something you can stick a couple of EVs in and go, yeah, I'm done. It's a full transition, and the bigger the fleet, the more complicated that is. And I think that's where we can help.
Brilliant. Thank you, Charlie. Justin, I feel like we naturally want to ask you this question too.
Yeah, thanks. I think for me, it's important that fleet managers really understand the technology behind it and the kind of holistic picture. So it's important that we do that. I think that there's also a real big sort of training exercise to be carried on amongst drivers, amongst technicians. We do a lot of our own maintenance in house, and we've been doing a lot of training on the gas technology. We'll need to do the same for EVs. And I think, just to twist the question around a little bit, there's a real opportunity here as well to change the image of the industry from one that is kind of dirty and polluting, which is how many people see it, to something that's a much more kind of optimistic, dynamic, high tech. And I think doing that, we can attract more drivers into it. We can attract more technicians. So that there's a very holistic job to be done on knowledge and training and the perception of transport. So yeah, there is plenty to do, and the more you get into it, the more you realise there is to do. I didn't think for a minute 10 years ago that I would have to know a fair amount about biofuel feedstocks, so we don't make the wrong choices. And it's the same with the renewable energy, battery technology, even whole life emissions of vehicles. So yeah, it's a very interesting area. But what I would say is, sorry, final point for a very long-winded answer. Really worth engaging with trade bodies, with people like Low Carbon Vehicle Partnership. Slightly biased because we're members of that, but there are plenty of other bodies that will help people on that route with training and education, and being able to share experience. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Justin. I think just to finish up, Justin, do you have a question? And perhaps if we can pose that to Thomas to get his final thoughts.
A question for Thomas, yes. So I guess that the long distance heavy trucks is probably the hardest section to decarbonise. We see overhead catenary is probably the answer for that in maybe a 15-year timescale. I was wondering what your thoughts are on long distance heavy trucks.
Actually, on the long distance, I think I mentioned this shortly already in my presentation. I can't see from today's point of view that battery electric will be the answer. A couple of weeks ago, we started a joint project with the government in Bavaria as well as the University for hydrogen. So we currently think hydrogen might be the answer, but as I said, we are in a transition phase. I would lie if I would say I know exactly what's going to happen in 15 years' times. My personal opinion is battery electric is a transition, and then for the long haul, it's fuel cell and hydrogen-powered combustion engines. This is, from my point of view and today's point of view, the future. But let's look and see, and it's going to be super exciting to see what's going to happen the next years to come.
It really is, isn't it? And so much going on. We will have to wrap up there. So I just want to say a huge thank you to all of our Van and Truck panel speakers for such a fascinating discussion. We've had a few tech issues, but thankfully none that were so tricky I had to fill with my Christmas electric vehicle jokes. I'm sure our online audience are very happy about that. Special thanks to EO Charging and to Charlie for your support with this panel. It's really, really appreciated. It's been an amazing morning once again, and I will be handing over the reins to the very capable Erica Mayers this afternoon from World Resources Institute, at afternoon for the UK time. And we will be back at 1 to kick off that session with our keynote and followed by the Two Wheel panel. I'll also be back at the end of the day for some closing words along with Aid Thomas of GreenTV. Until then, enjoy the rest of your EV Summit 2020. Thank you.
Welcome to our afternoon session. My name is Erica Myers. I'm the Global Senior Manager of Electric Vehicles at the World Resources Institute. I'm so pleased to be joining the EV Summit for the first time from the United States, having spoken earlier in the year on an EV Online Summit panel event for the inaugural World EV Day. I'll be moderating this afternoon's session, and I'm excited to learn from the EV Summit's stellar lineup of speakers with what's happening in the world of two wheels and insights from the research community. Our two panel topics for the afternoon of day 2 of the 2020 Online EV Summit. Our first speaker on the afternoon of the second day is this year's Online EV Summit is Thomas Inglnath, the CEO of Polestar. Polestar is one of the most exciting EV startups, and we could not be happier than to have you speak at the summit, Thomas.
It's Christmas time, and a lot of wish lists are written all around the globe. One which is quite high up on my list. Please, dear Santa, what I would like to have for next year, that in interviews in 2021, I will not anymore be asked the question, are electric cars really the future? Please, let us finally be beyond that point. Hi everyone, I'm Thomas, CEO of Polestar, and I'm excited to join you all at this year's EV Summit. What a year. The pandemic has forced us all to think differently. Perhaps, if there's anything good to come out of this, it is that we all have seen how we can adapt, and we need to adapt quickly. I've been running an electric car company now for 3 years, and I have some questions about the pace and the depths at which the auto industry is electrifying. We have wasted enough time debating whether electric cars are right or wrong, whether EVs are the best choice for our planet. We must be past that now. We must be able to agree that electric mobility is the future. Electric vehicles represent a route to carbon neutrality. Does it mean that we have solved all the challenges associated with EVs, with battery manufacture, with mass mobility at large? Well, of course not. Now we need to focus on the entire value chain to improve everywhere. At Polestar, we have started to think about the broader picture. Our innovative use of blockchain technology to improve traceability of cobalt is a great example. It applies a new technology to ensure that we have improved visibility of the materials that we now need to control better. Now we have an opportunity to expand this sort of thinking more broadly. There are a lot of materials that go into the manufacture of a vehicle, and that gives us a huge opportunity. How do we start to move away from plastics that use virgin oil to more natural-based materials in areas such as composites? How can we use more recycled materials? How do we ensure that those natural and recycled materials are themselves recycled again? This is where our efforts and energy now need to be focused. When I presented the Polestar Precept to the world in March, we had to put a huge focus on that material and the processes that would go into the vehicle's interior. Now that we have taken the next step and pledged to manufacture this car, a similar effort is going into the manufacturing strategy. More than just the green energy that is used by the production plant to power the assembly line, but to how the entire factory can limit its impact. We really have to consider everything. We want to be open and honest as we chart our progress. Transparency is crucial. We aren't the first automotive business to share a life cycle analysis for a vehicle, but with the release of the Polestar 2's LCA this autumn, we are the first to share the entire methodology that sits behind that calculation. All of the parameters, all of the assumptions, complete transparency. Of course, we discussed the risks of sharing such an open study. It would be possible to cherry-pick information on Polestar 2 to present it in a negative light. And we were right to worry. But we were also right to share the paper nevertheless. Some of it doesn't make for easy reading, but the overall message is clear. The Polestar 2 has a lower carbon impact over life than an equivalent internal combustion engine vehicle, no matter how it is charged. And this is just the beginning. We are learning, we are improving all the time. And so are the electricity providers. The grid is getting cleaner. And both of these things combined can accelerate us even faster to lower carbon impact. So, we need to consider electrification a given and focus on the bigger picture. But how do we continue the progress from here? The shift that needs to happen is threefold. First, the car industry. Auto industry is still moving too slowly to introduce electric cars. It is seeking to benefit as much as it can from its out-of-date technologies before it moves on. How can any car company today justify investing in legacy technology whilst talking about being committed to environment? It is time to take the leap and invest in electrification. Commit to it. Secondly, the politicians and policymakers. It is time for the policymakers to take responsibility and give consumers the help they need. Consumer demand is growing, and it is growing fastest where governmental bodies have taken an active lead in supporting EVs. Charging infrastructure is key for the success of electromobility. Access to green energy for everybody to charge their EVs. Politicians have a duty to step in and drive change. Support infrastructure projects, invest in the technologies that will drive our future. This will make countries competitive as much as companies. Thirdly, consumers. We are seeing real movement here. A recent study showed 90% want to live a more sustainable life, but only 3% are confident in how to do it. Well, swapping one's petrol car for an EV, charging it green, is a clear option on how you can improve your personal carbon footprint. When I think of it, the wish list for 21 got longer. The car industry give us transparency on the carbon footprint on each car with a comparable standardized LCA. Dear politicians, provide a green charging infrastructure. Make green energy for charging accessible. And dear consumers, stop dreaming of a sustainable life. Live it. Drive electric. And yes, please, dear Santa, no interviews in 21 that start with the question as to whether electric cars really are the future. Because they are. We answered that question.
Thank you so much for that excellent and inspiring message. It's a great way to tee off our conversation today on two wheels. Although these vehicles are clearly smaller in size, they have a huge impact within the city environment, and particularly last mile travel and delivery. The e-bike market was valued at nearly $16 billion in 2019, and it's expected to grow nearly 8% in the next 5 years. Today, our panelists will be answering the question, are two wheels the optimal way of delivering sustainable mobility? We're delighted to announce the UK government's Energy Saving Trust is a sponsor of the two-wheel panel today. Very many thanks to them for that support, and it's great to have you here. First, to take the global stage, we have Ellie Grubnick, Senior Program Manager for Scottish Transport at Energy Saving Trust. Please send in your questions for Ellie through the chat window. And Ellie, our panel keynote speaker, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. A big warm welcome to this Two Wheels panel, and thank you so much for coming along to this session, which might have a slightly different focus to it than the majority of other sessions that have been held so far at this fantastic two-day event. So firstly, thank you so much for inviting me along to discuss the very, very topical micromobility and active travel element of the transport revolution. And I'm delighted to be joined by panelists from right the way across Europe who will no doubt have a range of insights they'll be liking to discuss with us later on. But before I get into the nitty-gritty, I'd like you all to sit back, relax, close your eyes if you'd like, but I can't actually see any of you, so you can leave them open. and really visualize what a utopian transport society might look like to you. So we are, of course, at the EV Summit, so hopefully there will be plenty of electric and zero emission vehicles in your vision. Maybe you'll also be looking at how those vehicles are charged. Maybe there'll be inductive charging. Maybe you're looking at vehicle to grid. Maybe you're even considering how that energy is produced. Are we using renewable energy? And if we are, how are we storing that renewable energy to ensure that we have it when we need it? So there's quite a variety of things that you could be looking at, but I will bet one thing that we've got in common, which is less vehicles. And that's because, whether intentional or not, no one thinks about a utopian transport society and imagines traffic jams. So this begs the question, how do we get from where we currently are, which for many people involved sitting in, a highly depreciating metal box for maybe an hour a day, not going anywhere very fast, to our utopian transport society? Well, we could build more roads, and that's something that we have done historically, but we tend to find that more cars just fill that road space. We could also limit what types of vehicle or vehicles full stop from entering different parts of our towns and cities, much like what we're doing with clean air and low emission zones right the way across the UK. Now, this is a fantastic way to combat poor air quality, something that is absolutely essential is dealt with, and also for combating congestion within those areas. However, one of the negatives is it can just displace those vehicles to outside of the zone. And people are still going to need to travel both within the zone and around the zone. So viable alternatives do need to be provided. Did you know that over 20% of UK trips which are made under 1 mile are made by car? Now, as a driver, admittedly, I don't have a car, so it might skew my mind a little bit, but I find that staggering because I kind of think by the time I've found my car keys, walked to my car, got stuck in traffic, and then found somewhere to park, I might as well have just walked that 15 minutes to get to my destination. And if you have access to a cycle, that will obviously reduce your travel time significantly. Cycles, which is the term I'm going to use here to promote the inclusivity of traveling via 2 wheels, but also 3 wheels or 4 wheels in terms of tricycles and quadricycles, is cheap, accessible, and with the right type of cycle, which may well include a battery and a motor, it's genuinely easy too. Now, we spoke about e-bikes just before, but if anybody hasn't yet tried an e-bike, I cannot recommend them enough. It feels to me like when you're swimming with flippers. So you're still putting in a bit of effort, but you're mainly gliding rather than profusely sweating to get to your destination. And I can assure you that the hillier the route, the more satisfaction you will get from them. I actually went e-mountain biking recently in Scotland, which was great fun. And normally when you're going downhill, you're having a great time, but you're worried about cycling uphill. When you've got an electric bike, you don't need to worry about that uphill slog. In terms of functional journeys, e-bikes and also other cycles are often just as fast as or even faster than private cars, especially when you're driving in our towns and cities. E-bikes are actually capped at 15.5 miles an hour. And if you are a regular driver in rush hour, you'll know that that's probably about 10 miles an hour faster than your average speed. If you're planning on carrying a load or delivering items, there are a huge variety of cargo bikes which are available on the market. They range from electric power assistance to not, front, rear loading, trailers. There's a huge variety that will hopefully meet your needs. Now, I'm afraid I am going to say it, and I apologize in advance, but COVID-19. The impact that COVID-19 is having on our travel choices cannot be understated. Public transport utilisation has dropped off significantly over the last 8 months. Car sharing with colleagues when you're going to the same destination there and back is no longer recommended, and more people are ordering more items to their home, and of course, we all want it the next day. All of these factors combined have a huge impact on our transport and on the number of vehicles on our roads. And we cannot and we should not be aiming to replace every single internal combustion engine vehicle with an electric alternative. What we need is a holistic mix of sustainable transport options. It must be made available and accessible, and it must be focused on the transport hierarchy at the heart of each person's individual decision making. So firstly, if you need to travel, you walk, you cycle, you wheel. Safe, clean, reliable and affordable public transport and shared mobility options must be available for those journeys which are either too far or just not accessible via public transport. electrification and decarbonisation of vehicles is only one part of the road to our transport utopia. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll pass you back to our host.
Thank you so much, Ellie. I loved your presentation, especially the part about the glistening when you're like getting off the bike. You know, that's the visual that I have every time I think about getting on my bike to go to work. So I think that you made some really good points about how this supports you, gets you up the hills, makes it a little bit less of an, exerting your effort to get to the place you need to go. So we had a question from the audience, though, related to longer journeys, right? Like commuting obviously makes a lot of sense. But what about these trips that you have to take to 30 minutes to see your grandmother? What do you do then?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's one of the key things that we're addressing is that quite often active travel, although it's the primary way we should focus on traveling for our shorter journeys, it might not be the most realistic solution for when, as you say, you're traveling a 30-minute drive to go and see members of your family or friends. So what I'd recommend there is just following the sustainable transport hierarchy when possible. So looking at public transport, shared mobility options such as car clubs. There's plenty of those right the way around the UK. Quite a lot of them do actually have electric vehicles as part of that car club provision as well. And looking at whether you can reach your destination as a combination potentially of active and also public or shared mobility transport.
Great. Well, thank you so much again for being here today and for being a sponsor of the panel. And we will turn it over to our next speaker. So I wanted to introduce Kevin Main, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Cycling Industries Europe. You're arguably one of the most knowledgeable analysts in European cycling, and can you tell us more about the e-bike sector?
Thank you, Erica, and thanks actually to Ellie, who actually has written half my speech, I think. So we're on a very strange kind of crossover. So I will kind of improvise almost for a moment. But I think the most important thing from a cycling point of view to say at an e-vehicle summit is we're actually talking about a continuum of electrification and a continuum of vehicles from electric trucks, electric buses, and electric trains through actually to monowheels, individual kind of pieces of transportation. And the reason we're talking about the continuum is because actually, if we've got a societal view of mobility, we're actually talking about reducing emissions is just not enough. Reducing emissions doesn't deal with road safety, doesn't deal with city vitality, it doesn't deal with kind of health. And so when we want to add those components to our electric vehicle mix, we need a combination with active mobility, as Ellie's already said. And that can be distances up to 20, 30 kilometers that we found at a kind of European level. But above all else, right now we have to deal with the problem of space allocation. Our urban space for pedestrians, our urban space for retail, our urban space for vehicles. And one of the great challenges to city officials is how do I get, for example, electric charging into that space? Or how do I get electric buses and trams into that space? And the citizens, particularly after COVID, are going for bicycles and scooters and shared machinery and all that kind of equipment. And we really got to have the conversation about the right vehicle of the right configuration at the right time and the right place for the right person. Now that's been largely theoretical. And then suddenly I have to say COVID. Suddenly our streets were clear. Suddenly our air was clean. And people had to get activity into their lives. You can't work in a little bubble and not have some walking, exercising, cycling. And of course, they went for cycling. And we're very proud of the work we've done to stimulate that change with the work we've done with city officials. And many people may not know, but actually 1 billion euros has been pledged on cycling infrastructure and incentives since the start of the COVID crisis. And we played a huge role in steering cities to solutions that worked, whether it's bike sharing or, importantly for this conversation, to steer people towards e-bikes as a substitute for a bus or a train journey of up to 20 kilometers. And for recreation and for fun. Because you've got one sporty cyclist in the family and another person who isn't. The e-bike is the bridge. So we're now in an incredibly different conversation, and one of the few industries that is actually now booming through the COVID cycle. And the eyes of the world are on Europe, because we have a kind of laboratory here where the e-vehicle, shared vehicle, active travel, cycling mix is being tested more than any other place on the planet. But if we'd had this conversation last year, we would still be discussing what to do. What would the mix be? How would it work? After COVID, that has changed. There is only one conversation we are having with the European Union. We are having with our partners. We're talking to the public transport sector. We're talking to funders, investors. The only question is, how fast is this going to happen? And actually, behind the scenes, can our supply chains keep up? Integrate all those partners. And I'm pleased to say to this meeting, we actually announced at the beginning of December the new modelling for e-bike sales in Europe suggests the current 3 million is going to be 30 million by 2030. Collectively, that market value could be as high as much of the electric car market, depending on trends. It's certainly approaching it now, because the substitution is much higher and e-bikes are high value items. And in terms of units, they're a long, long way ahead of any expectations for electric cars or other forms of electric vehicle. So the number one e-mobility in Europe, in our great kind of post-COVID climate change addressing, obesity addressing world, is that the public is going to vote for e-bikes. And we therefore believe that it is time for this call and this meeting and this structure to talk about that seamless e-mobility continuum. And I hope the next time GreenTV does not run a two-wheeler panel. The GreenTV integrates active mobility combined with electrified mobility and puts them into every panel. Because when we talk sustainability and business models, it is this continuum. And I go and talk to leasing companies and banks, and they say, "You're right, Kevin. We're actually now leasing more bikes than we are cars. We want the continuum. We are leasing cargo bikes alongside trucks. We want the continuum." And I think that's a very exciting way to go into this two-wheel panel. But let's be honest, I hope it's the last two-wheel panel.
Thank you so much, Kevin. That was a wonderful presentation, and we've been getting quite a few questions for you. So I wanted to ask one related to the pandemic remark you had made earlier. You mentioned all this uptake of new bikes and everything. Do you think that's going to continue past the pandemic? And what can be done to increase the cycling beyond the pandemic?
It's pretty straightforward. Infrastructure leads. If you have great places to ride, all forms of cycling do well. And that means rebalancing space. And we have to make sure, for example, when we put in charging points for electric cars, we don't take space that could be future space for bike lanes. So we've got to manage that urban space extraordinarily well. So infrastructure leads. The second point we made, and as part of our promotion to the European Union, is, and then it's about access. Can you get to an e-bike? So people who live in, for example, difficult housing circumstances, an e-bike is not right if it's going to be stolen. You've got to know where to store it. But a shared e-bike in a bike sharing scheme is the ideal solution and gives you the same benefits. So we're really now at a European level talking about how do we get e-bikes into every sector of the economy and every community And that might involve supporting sharing, or it might involve discounts and cost benefits and premiums and tax breaks. But we want to get to the point of discussing access once we've got the infrastructure in place.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Thank you so much for this information. And please stay on the line so that you can join us at the end to speak with the other panelists. Our next speaker now is Liva Sevalina, who's the CEO of Energica, motor company. Livia, many thanks for joining us today from Italy. Energica is an Italian electric motorcycle brand, clearly a real leader in electric motorbikes. We look forward to hearing your ideas about how two wheels are the way forward in sustainable mobility.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Livia Cevolini from Energica Motor Company headquarters. It's a pleasure to join this event. Energica is the global leader at engineering, manufacturing, and selling top-of-the-line electric motorcycles. And we are starting system integration on other vehicles in other markets, such as scooters and boats. And Moto-E experience as a single manufacturer in the World Championship has definitely accelerated our technology development. So now, to answer the main question, are two wheels the optimal way of delivering sustainable mobility? Despite the challenging period of time we are witnessing, the sustainable mobility market, contrary to the traditional one, confirms itself among the main growing macro trends of the global economy. Bloomberg sees US EV sales rising from a 2% share of the passenger vehicle market in 2019 to 60% by 2040, assuming that the charging infrastructure can keep pace. I want to stress once more that the goal here is to achieve the total transition to sustainable energy as soon as possible. And our planet is explaining the reason why much better than I could. In order to reach this goal, and concerning the transportation area, it is necessary to promote the use of vehicles with alternative fuels. To get this, it is necessary to reach people's hearts, because only heart guides the great changes and choices. Hearts can be convinced only with emotions. So we need to emotion people with electric vehicles. Energica's approach to deal with this is to emphasize our outstanding performance and racing pedigree, market directly to IC owners on their own terms. Plus, we have a beautiful, sexy Italian style. Tesla is doing the same on the four-wheels market, thus also forcing the other manufacturer to join this electric revolution. In addition, two-wheeled vehicles can count on the agility of using urban spaces. They can be very useful to avoid traffic. Plus, being electric, they have no environmental impact, at least locally. The biggest challenge is the balance between range, cost, and weight of the whole vehicle. The magic recipe is not yet discovered, and depending on the markets and customers, the demands are different. On our side, we followed our idea of an electric motorcycle that is fast, sporty, and overall has an excellent range. The market seems to be on our side and looks like we are on the right path. Technology is ready. The improvements we have achieved till now are enormous, and the developments we have already planned will now close the gap with petrol bikes, and soon will overtake them. All this while saving the planet. So, absolutely yes, electric two-wheelers are the optimal way of delivering sustainable mobility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Livia. What a wonderful presentation. I've never ridden one of your bikes before, but certainly I'm very interested in doing that now. And we had a lot of great questions from the audience. The first is, if emotions are the way to unlock consumer markets, do you consider marketing the most important aspect of your business?
Well, it's of course, a big part of it. Perception is very important, but our market is a technological market. So our consumers, our customers are very, very well informed. They know everything of the product. So behind the marketing, there has to be a good product from technological point of view. So there has to be a very strong technological basis, and on that, the right perception of the product. So yes, market is important, but technological aspects are 50% at least.
Mm-hmm. And how do you make the buying process so easy for your consumers? You said that they are very well informed before they make the purchase. So how do you go about doing that?
Well, of course, from websites and anything digital now, this year in particular, of course, but in the last period, in the last years, anything that you can get from online is so important. So first of all, information on digital platforms, any kind of platforms, and socials as well. And there has to be anyway a good network of shops, because at the end of the day, we still are humans and we want to talk with someone that you trust. So a trusted sellers in a shop that can show you the bike and you can touch the bike with your hands, it's the only solution to sell this kind of luxury product, or anyway, high-level products.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and we really appreciate your comments. And please, again, join us at the end for the panel discussion. So I'm thrilled to say that our final speaker is Andy Smallwood of Ribble Cycles. He's the CEO, and Ribble is a leading British cycling manufacturer, and they're exhibiting with us today. So go check them out in the exhibitor tab later. I'm particularly excited about the recently added range to their step-through bikes, allowing the e-bikes to go 60 miles on a single charge, which is pretty incredible. So we'll hand it over to you, Andy.
Okay, thank you, Erica, and yeah, thank you, everybody. So, Ribble Cycles, we're a market-leading electric and conventional bicycle designer, manufacturer, and retailer here in the UK, and we sell them globally. So, the bicycle never. Transport offered so much to so many. It can provide freedom, it can evoke joy, it can instill an undeterred passion to compete and conquer any terrain, as well as promote sustainability and physical and mental well-being. Or it can simply get you from A to B. With the design of the introduction of the electric bikes, the attributes of this amazing broadens its horizon significantly and gives people access to what it can truly offer. The modern electric bike is in essence a hybrid vehicle with human pedal power being complemented with electric power. Human effort is combined with electric power, which can be turned on to enhance and expand the cyclist's leisure and adventure experience. Taken holistically, its mind, body, and soul related benefits through to pure zero emission transportation and load carrying makes the e-bike a forward-thinking mode of transport. The electric bike is a performance leveler, giving everyone the chance to be at the front of the group when the road or trail goes up. It opens terrain and distances not possible to everyone on a normal bike. In my own personal experience, it enables me to ride at a level beyond my natural ability, but before anyone asks, don't worry, I will never cheat drive. It also enables my mother-in-law in her 70s to keep up with my 10-year-old son on their 3-mile school run. And I've done that, and I know how hard it is to try and keep up with him. So that's, again, full kudos to the electric bike for allowing her to do that. With the reported UK weekday cycle usage growing by up to 100% and weekend usage by up to 200% since COVID lockdown in March this year, sparking a cycling revolution as commuters distance themselves from public transport and people embrace a healthier mind and body lifestyle through exercise. The electric bike is an answer to congestion, not only in the inner city, but suburban too. With its zero emission status, it also promotes our health and the health of our cities and our planet too. Just as automotive and design and technology is vital as well in the evolution of the electric bike, with the aesthetic just as important as the ergonomic. At the lifestyle end of the spectrum, range, system integration, connectivity, lightweight, performance, and features relative to the desired usage is critical and will only enhance the rider's experience and crucially, the market acceptance of the electric bikes. With transportation of people and cargo, the ability to travel comfortably and unaffected by weather conditions comes into play, which then also needs to be combined with low carrying capacity, range, and safety. All of these things are very absolutely critical to making this element of electric bike an absolute success. The electric bike has so many different applications, all of which have potentially very different design and manufacturing considerations. The growth of the electric bike market has been significant in recent years, with very strong indications that it is sustainable into the future, with pre-COVID predictions of a compound growth of 7.5% or 54% total between 2019 and 2025, putting the annual e-bike market at $23.8 billion versus total bike market size of $62 billion US, by which time 38% of all e-bikes sold will be electric. In a post-COVID world, these projections are pessimistic, but it is clear that the electric bike will be playing a key part in the future of transportation. There are challenges ahead of it, though, to really unlock its true potential. These challenges are wider than just a retailer, manufacturer, and designer, but lie within investors in tech to ensure that battery and motor technology continue to progress and that less ecologically invasive and detrimental materials sourcing and production are found to remove what could be considered to be one of the few negatives to the growth in electric bike-driven transportation. Governments and authorities will also need to play their part, as rider safety, infrastructure and accessibility remains a key reason for non-adoption. It is therefore very welcome news that the UK government has recently announced its intention to explore an e-bike subsidiary scheme, a very positive step in further broadening appeal and accessibility. Electric bike and cargo carrying variations through their widespread financial, environmental and health benefits are a viable alternative to conventional world modes of transportation. It needs to be more widely considered as such by commercial entities. Electric bikes and related transportation have a very bright and exciting future, and I'm really looking forward to being part of its evolution, acceptance and growth, as well as witnessing the benefits it unlocks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andy. And you had mentioned a really interesting example at the beginning of your presentation about your mother being able to keep up with your son. Do you see that as a key customer for you in the electric bike market? What sort of demographics do you see for that growth in the future?
The electric bike appeals to many different customers, and as I alluded to just then, it's right away from your rider who wants to go further and go higher, or cover more varied or more aggressive terrain, all the way through to a leisure cyclist who purely wants to be able to get out and really experience the joys of cycling. So yeah, it's from multiple different ages, many different disciplines of bike. What it does is the electric assistance, it enhances your cycling experience. It's not just there instead of pedaling, it's there to enhance it. So yeah, it can take you further, it can take you faster, it can take you higher, more varied terrain, or it can just get you from A to B less effort, or it can, as I said in my speech there, it can enable a 70-year-old to keep up with a 10-year-old boy who's riding as fast as he can on the way to school.
Well, Lord, I can't keep up with the 10-year-old. I'm very slow. So do you see that electric powered bikes might eventually eclipse manually powered bikes someday?
Yeah, I mean, the growth projections show that by 2025, 38% of total bikes sold will be electric. My own view is that I think that will eclipse that number. I think that the electric bikes will eclipse normally conventional bikes much sooner than that. Yeah, that's how strong I see the opportunity for electric bikes.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much for sharing your remarks. We're going to now go to our full panel and bring everybody together. Great. So Ellie, as our panel keynote, I'd like to invite you to ask the first question.
Fantastic. So these were really interesting presentations, and what I'm really interested in is how the electric motorbike that was discussed from our panelists, how that fits in with the e-bikes that we've been hearing discussed from our other panelists.
What do you mean exactly?
So how do the two forms of transport fit together to kind of create our sustainable transport kind of ideal, I guess?
Okay, I think that maybe we are more, as I said, we are more touching the hearts. So we are more getting on board, actually, riders that want to have fun, that want to maybe do sport. So it's not just to move from A to B, but it's more about passion and sport. And of course, you also move from A to B, but it's a different kind of moving. Whilst e-bike are more useful for day-by-day use, also to go to work and urban areas. So it's different. There is perfectly synergy between the two different transportations. So I do believe that actually what I was thinking while you were talking, that we are in a perfect synergy, getting the whole market this way.
Great. Any other comments?
I'd agree. I think you're absolutely right. It's as much heart as it is head in terms of really growing the acceptance of electric bikes. Something we passionately believe in here at Ribble as well, is that it can't just be a very functional product. It has to talk to the heart, and it has to be a mission of cycling and, I guess, motorcycling as well. There's something in there that makes you do it again and again, and you can't neglect that with an electric bike or electric motorbike. You have to build that into the product to make sure that that customer experiences the same joy, excitement, but even more so through an electric into the cycle or the motorcycle.
Great. Yeah. Olivia, did you want to ask the other panelists a question?
Well, actually, more than asking a question, I just want to say something that I think is fitting. So as I was saying before, we have really to make a revolution. I think that on the four-wheelers, there was already a big step in this revolution. Now it's our turn. I think that the two-wheelers market is still a little behind the four-wheelers, and we really need to move on very quickly, because in particular on urban areas, it's time really to have a quick move, and also for us on external urban areas. So we really need an overall plan to do this. We have to be organized and work together to make this a revolution. So it's very good that we have also some government and some institutional speakers, and not just industry speakers, because we need also someone from the top to help us to work together to go the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the market signals from these policy directives are really essential to be calibrated, right? So you're not just promoting four-wheeler electric mobility, that it's being inclusive with everyone. And I'm actually going to turn it over now to Kevin. Kevin, did you have any remarks you wanted to share with us, or ask a question of the other panelists?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting challenge to, sorry, I'm getting some echo here, so I apologize. Hopefully you can hear me okay. The functional thing is the real interesting question, because sitting in a European perspective, there is nothing more functional than a Dutch person cycling to work on a bicycle. There is nothing more functional than a cargo bike delivering parcels into a congested city centre. And I have to say, if we're going to tackle climate change, we're going to tackle emissions, we're going to tackle obesity, emotion's not going to get us there. And at the government people, you know, it is bone-headedly investment-led. And investment-led is where we go for, you know, I mean, Dutch cities, some of them are at 60% mode share, and that's transport mode share. And we take our place in that kind of ecosystem. And that is the beauty of Europe. The beauty of Europe is you can see it. You can walk into a city and see those things happening. And it's not fantasy, and it's not fiction, and it's not science fiction. It's actually right now, and it has, like Andy, I agree, it's kind of doubled, not only in the UK, but in France and other countries in this last 12 months. And that is a boneheadedly practical investment case for people who make things, for people who sell things, for people who supply the fuel through electrical sources. And I say that, I am a long-term, passionate, enthusiastic sports cyclist and mountain biker. But if I let that be the business model that I share with my members, which are the biggest bicycle companies in the world, they would say, "Don't bring me that. Bring me the business case, and bring me the 20 billion euros that we're trying to persuade the European Union to spend out of its COVID recovery funding on urban mobility." And I think equally the results are just as exciting and they're just as important, and the relationships are there. But I'd like to make a case for practicality as well.
Absolutely.
And just to
sorry, go ahead.
Can we just start that? Just, I agree 100% that the two have to go hand in hand. I think you're right that legislation and the organisations like yourself, so you have to do the push from a government perspective for the investment. But we also need to support from a brand and a consumer that's investing their own money into the product. It has to be to appeal to them. So you need the infrastructure that I don't agree completely you're campaigning so strongly for and being so successful with. But ultimately, it also comes down to the consumer as well, adopting it and buying it. And that's where it does become as much of a heart as well as it is a head consideration. So the two have to go hand in hand.
Absolutely. And I think, a lot of the questions that we were getting from the audience are circulating around this notion of safety, right? If you are used to being in a four-wheel passenger vehicle with a huge metal cage around you, and then you're getting onto an e-bike and you're trying to make this transition, how do we encourage people to feel safe with that change? And, is one of the methods reducing the number of vehicles on the road to make it feel a little bit less scary?
Yeah, this is, for example, if I can reply for our side, this is one question that I ask very often, because our sport bikes, so they are fast and powerful. And so, first of all, yes, it's correct. You have something around in a car, while on a bike, you have nothing around. But on the other side, if something very bad happens, in a car, you stay inside it. And it's dangerous if you can exit the car. On the other side, on a bike, you go out far from the vehicle. So there are different pros and cons. So, but in fact, if you look at the numbers, are not so far each other. Anyway, the thing is that you are correct. We have to reduce the traffic. We have to reduce the traffic in order to be safer anyway. Also by feet. I mean, also walking now in the cities is sometimes scary. So we have any way to reduce everything, and two-wheelers are for sure smaller and safer. And people that is riding pays much more attention than the people that are driving, because they have to be focused on what they do. Why, when you are driving, sometimes you are distracted by maybe watching the smartphone or anything else. When you are riding a bicycle or a motorcycle, you are doing only that thing. So you are you pay much more attention to what is happening around. So even crashes are less. So everything is different, but we have to think of all the things around, not just what is happening now, but what could happen if we move that way.
I think as well, one of the benefits of e-bikes is the fact that they do give you that extra power. And quite often people are nervous when they're cycling up a hill or when they're starting at traffic lights at the front of a row of cars, because you're going to start off a lot slower, or you're going to be cycling a lot slower than the general flow of traffic. Whereas when you're cycling an e-bike, as long as you've got your power assistance on, you're going to be going at the same speed of traffic. So it puts you at a bit more of a level heading with them, as opposed to always being overtaken and having to swerve out in front of them to pass parked cars. So there's definitely added safety benefits of cycling e-bikes.
I think from my experience, it's awareness from motorists about cyclists. And I think it's safe zones for cyclists to be, particularly within highly congested in the city locations as well, would become, I think they're essential in terms of getting, because safety is one of the key factors, which is, I think, is impacting on the acceptance of cycling, and also with obviously the acceptance of within e-bikes as well.
Thank you guys so much. So we have 3 minutes left for our panel. So I'd love if each of you could make a short final remark. We'll start with Ellie.
Okay, so hopefully you've enjoyed listening to the different aspects of two wheels that can be tried out across the UK. The UK is quite far behind the rest of Europe, as we've heard, with a number of our two-wheeled items and modes of transport. So I think we've got a long way to go, but there are really, really positive steps happening. In Scotland, where I work, we are promoting e-bikes via interest-free loan. We also have grants which are available to local authorities, and we're seeing e-bikes and e-cargo bikes becoming more prevalent right the way across our towns and cities. So look out for them, you'll see them, and if you get a chance to try one, I would really encourage you to do so.
Kevin?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. Some echo there. It's clear. We know how to do this. And if I look from a European perspective as opposed to a purely British perspective, the case for the e-bike is for being part of a kind of revolutionary movement in all mobility that delivers all of those extra benefits. And I hope for the British friends and colleagues and family members and contacts and everybody in the UK that the UK will catch up really, really fast, and the e-bike will be one of the tools. The cargo bike will be one of the tools. But do not let sight in any EV conversation about this is about changing more than emissions. And then we go for all those other things in road safety and space and reallocation and safe children and health. It has got to be about more than emissions. And then the whole electric sector should boom together. But they cannot boom where one sector is pitted against another.
Yeah, well said. Olivia?
Yeah, so thank you for being here, because once more, our goal is really to go as quickly as possible to this new revolution on transportation. We are trying to do our part with very attractive and appealing motorcycles in order to convince even I see hardcore riders that really can have fun, and it's not so bad. The future is even funnier than they can expect, and so they have just to try it, and they will understand that it's not so bad. On the opposite, it's even good, because no other pedal motorcycles can stay in front of you when you are riding an electric motorcycle like us. So we are doing our part to make them understand that the future is brilliant, is beautiful. So don't be afraid. Electric is fun and passion, and it's good enough. Don't be afraid. So I hope this will finally convince even the most difficult ones.
Great, thank you so much. And then finally, Andy.
Yeah, so the electric bike, the planet, and it can save the planet. And I think for me, it's not just about one particular segment of the market. It's everybody. Everybody can enjoy. Everyone can access the joys of cycling through an e-bike, and everybody can make a contribution to sustainability and saving this planet as well through utilising and using an electric bike and more. So that's it for me.
Well, wonderful. Well, you guys have inspired me to look into buying an e-bike myself to add to my 2 EV fleet household. So I appreciate all of your comments today, and thank you to folks that submitted questions as well for our panelists. We're going to turn it over now to a quick video from our sponsor, and thank you again for joining our panel on two-wheelers. Welcome back to our final panel of this two-day event. Thank you so much for sticking around. We know it's been a really long day, but we're closing with the best panel, in my personal opinion, the research panel. These are real, insightful actions that can be gleaned from this research that we're going to be talking about today with some of the most innovative experts and analysts in this sector. The question we have posed for our panelists is, what does your research and analysis tell us about this hugely dynamic landscape of e-mobility? We're delighted that ALD Automotive UK is sponsoring the research panel, and equally delighted to have Matt Dale, Head of Business Intelligence and Consultancy at ALD Automotive, joining us as our panel keynote speaker to open things up. Over to you, Matt.
Thanks for the introduction, Erica. If you were tuned into the EV Summit yesterday, you will have heard John Saffrett, our Deputy CEO, talk about Move 2025, our 5-year strategic plan. And looking at the next 5 years, e-mobility, or sustainable mobility, if you like, is certainly going to continue to grow and develop. Our research and analysis with our customers is helping us understand their needs, but also allows us to help them on the transition from internal combustion engine vehicles into electric vehicles. And let me tell you, there is no one-size-fits-all solution on this journey. Through our business intelligence and consultancy team, we're analysing driver usage and helping customers understand which drivers could take an EV based on journey data from telematics. We then help them understand which vehicles could be the most appropriate and suitable for their needs. What is quite common is that drivers perceive that they make more long journeys than they actually do, and sharing this information helps them to be more confident in making the switch to electric. But sometimes switching to a full BEV is just not suitable for them, so a PHEV is often a good option at that point. We've found that powertrain transition is even more complicated in the LCV or van market, where vehicles are working tools and you have to consider payload and ancillary equipment. There's also the added complexity that many drivers don't have access to home charging, but also may not go back to the depot in the evening. This means that they could be totally reliant on a public charging infrastructure, which in the UK today can be quite challenging depending on your location. As part of our ALD electric proposition, we run what's called a Blue Fleet trial, where we put a number of drivers into BEVs or PHEVs for a 6-month period through our ALD Flex product and monitor how drivers and vehicles perform. This allows a fleet to test plug-in vehicles, but also understand the real outputs and capabilities, not only of the car, but the charging infrastructure, the driving experience, and the potential impact on business operations. Through telematics data, charging or fuel data and driver feedback, the customer gains a better understanding of where BEVs or PHEVs can work for them. It helps them see potential barriers to EV transition, understand driver concerns, and have the right policy from the start of implementation. Another output from our research trials is how the myths are dispelled for drivers taking part. We found that range anxiety disappears quite quickly. Drivers become confident in doing longer journeys and using the public charging infrastructure. They enjoy sharing the experience with their peers, and we encourage them to share learnings between them. They also learn that it is in fact safe to plug in a car when it's raining. One thing our research is certainly telling us is that as the e-mobility landscape continues to develop, we're going to need to work with our customers even more closely to understand their mobility needs in greater detail. More journey data from vehicle telematics, more detailed charging data, driver needs, all of these are going to be in the mix as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt, for your excellent opening remarks for this panel. We do have some questions from the audience. How are you planning to share your research with the wider public?
So this is something we've already done. We started running our Blue Fleet trials back in 2017-18, and that is publicly available. We launched it at the time. We shared all of the findings of the vehicles in a white paper that we created. We do share with our customers the other trials that we do as time goes on, and with our partners as well. So we have already started to do that.
Wonderful. And where do you think the holes are in the EV ecosystem that need to be filled in order for mass adoption to take place?
Oh, that's a great question. It's the one that everybody asks. I suppose there are little gaps all over the place. So we're in a situation where at the moment where the mobility ecosystem, the e-mobility ecosystem is growing and developing. We've heard over the last couple of days about the issues that may sit there with charging infrastructure. We're waiting for new cars to come to market, for drivers to be able to adapt and adopt into those vehicles. So I don't think there's one single gap. I think there's lots of little things, and we're actually on a journey. If you like, it's evolution, not revolution. And it's all heading in the right direction. I think the really important thing is that we've now recognized that electric is the solution at the moment, and it's the way that we're going.
I would agree with you. Well, thank you so much again, and please stick around for our panel discussion at the end of the session. So we will move on to our second research panelist speaker, Colin McCarricher, who's the head of advanced transport at Bloomberg. So Colin and I just discovered through the Green Room chat that we have actually met each other before 2 years ago when I was at his offices in London. And I would say that my favorite part of that experience, besides the fact that it was a beautiful office, were the free snacks that were in the lobby. So thank you for sharing your free snacks with me, Colin.
I'm glad that was memorable, Erica.
Colin's team covers the technology, policy, and economic factors shaping the transport and automotive sectors. And so I'll turn it over to you to share us more about Bloomberg's research.
Thanks, Erica. And as I said, I'm really glad the snacks were a memorable part of the visit to the Bloomberg office. If anybody's out there and wants to stop by, we're always happy to have a chat. So I run a global research and analysis group looking mostly at electric mobility, but also at shared mobility and autonomous driving. But on the EV front, I think what's most useful is to just sort of pause and reflect on where we are on this journey a little bit. So right around now, and maybe even today, depending on what the sales figures are, there's about 10 million EVs that are on the road, and that's passenger vehicles, buses, and commercial vehicles. And each order of magnitude brings new challenges. So it was a whole separate set of challenges to get from 0 to 1 million on the road. There it's really early stage stuff, really pioneering stuff. Then another set from 1 to 10. And now we're in this phase of, okay, how do you get from 10 to 100 million EVs on the road? So right now we're just crossing 10 million. And then what we're looking ahead is how do you get the next 100, or how do you get 100 million on the road in the sort of 2030 timeframe? And so as much as I love charts, and if anybody's seen a Bloomberg NEF presentation before, we love our charts and we love data, I thought it'd be useful to just talk through the way we're thinking about the world as we go from this sort of 2010s of getting to 10 million and the 2020s of trying to get to 100 million on the road. And the first kind of point of comparison is in the 2010s, we were talking a lot about if e-mobility might happen. Nobody's talking about that anymore. We're talking about when and where. We're talking about which segments, which countries, where does it go the fastest, not whether it happens. We also talked a lot in the 2010s about direct purchase subsidies driving growth, really tracking all the subsidy mechanisms really closely, seeing when they went up or down. And now it's really much more about the broader policy mechanisms. So whether that's the European fleet-wide CO2 targets, California's ZEV mandate, China's NEV credit mandate, all these sorts of things that are targeted much more at the overall auto market rather than specific subsidy-led growth. And then another big kind of thing that we talked a lot about over the last 10 years in getting to 10 million was increasing performance. There was all this emphasis around really high performance vehicles, getting 0 to 60 times, all this sort of stuff to get people really excited. If we're going to get to the 100 million mark, it really has to be in this next 10 years about reducing price, about hammering costs out of the vehicle and bringing them down to a cost competitive point. You can subsidize the first 5-6% of buyers. You can't subsidize the 50 or 60% of buyers. And then another point that's different over the last 5 or the last 10 years and the next 10 is about many segments. So in most of the last decade, we've been talking about passenger vehicles. But as we heard throughout these 2 days, there's actually a lot of other really interesting things happening on two-wheelers, on delivery vans, and even heavier weight class commercial vehicles, things like buses. There are some real killer apps for electrification in there that are going to just tip. I think the next one that's really going to tip is the delivery van market in the next 2 or 3 years. Arguably, buses and two-wheelers have already tipped. And then 2 last things I think that are useful in framing this question of the last 10 years and the next 10 years, the first 10 million, the next 100 million, is infrastructure. We talked a lot about it over the last 10 years as a hurdle. Increasingly, we're talking about it as an opportunity. And that's one of the things my team is thinking a lot about over the next few years. And then lastly, there was some supply uncertainty in the past, which automakers would ramp up capacity fast enough. Now we're talking more about the demand side, really. Again, where can you get really rapid uptake, in which markets, with which policy levers, and with which incentives, and with which build out of the ecosystem around it. So I think those are some of the things we're thinking about. And I really feel it's worth emphasizing that when we talk about these order of magnitude changes, what got you here won't get you there. So the things that got you to 10 million EVs on the road won't get you to 100. You need a different way of thinking about it. So that's the type of things my team is spending a lot of time on as we go into 2021 and as EV adoption accelerates out of this pandemic.
Thank you so much, Colin. So I'm going to use my platform to ask you a personal question. So as you probably heard, the World Resources Institute, where I work, just received a big grant from Jeff Bezos to electrify every school bus in the United States by 2030. How realistic do you think that is?
I think that can be done. And I did see that announcement, and I think that's a really, really exciting initiative. And I think there's nobody out there who wouldn't say, let's start with buses, because buses is really where, if it's for public transit or even better for schools, where people are really breathing in the fumes from those vehicles a lot. And especially if you're significantly shorter. I have a 2-year-old son, and I like the idea of him getting on an electric school bus much more than a diesel powered one. And also something else we've been tracking recently a little bit is some of these interesting pilots around V2G, vehicle to grid technology for school buses. I think that's a really interesting application because a lot of those sit idle throughout the middle of the day, right? They are used in short, intense cycles and then they're off. So I applaud that program, and I wish you really good luck with it. And I think 2030 is probably achievable with the right people and the right push.
It's almost 500,000 buses. So there's certainly going to be a huge demand for all the things you talked about with the supply chain, getting the efficiencies in the manufacturing that you talked about, reducing the price of the battery packs, the infrastructure. You know, V2G is something that we strive for. It's pretty nascent, but it's certainly very promising. And I'm curious to know, with your analysis, are you guys looking at that value stack for things like V2G or other services that you could get from aggregated demand through something like fleet electrification?
Yeah, we are. It's something we spend a lot of time on because we sort of sit at the confluence of the auto sector and the power sector. And we've been kind of skeptical of it for privately owned passenger vehicles because I think the proposition might not be there yet. One of the things that you really have to look at when you dig into this is, are the applications for that demand side flexibility that you can make money from today, are those going to be there in 5 years, right? If you think about a world where we have mass adoption of EVs, where they've hit price parity and adoption is really taking off, that's probably also a world with very cheap stationary storage being built all over the world for grid services. So some of those things like frequency regulation or other ancillary services those batteries can tap into, that a lot of the calculations on V2G revenues are done based on today, those are going to really get pretty thin over the next 5 years as we get lots more stationary storage built too.
Right.
So I think the applications matter, but I do think there's still a lot of potential, especially in these cases where the vehicle is used very predictably and it's got a fleet owner and it's got a very set usage pattern. So buses fit that, and that's probably the area where I'm most optimistic on for that technology.
Well, Colin, I could probably spend the rest of the day talking to you about all these types of questions, but we need to move to our next speaker. So thank you for your comments, and please join us for the panel at the end. So next, I'd like to welcome Natasha Baringa to the stage. Natasha, thank you so much for joining us. Baringa Partners was an award-winning global consultancy with specialization in EV strategies, transitioning fleets, and deploying funds into the sector. So we really look forward to hearing your insights into how you're accelerating the EV adoption. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, EV Summit and GreenTV, for having me here today. What a fantastic 2 days it's been, and hopefully you've been saving the best for last. As for the introduction, my name is Natasha Patel, and I am the Director for e-mobility at Bringer Partners. Today, I'd like to sort of quickly cover our updated scenarios for EV adoption and charging infrastructure in light of the 2030 announcement. So next slide, please. To kick us off, here we've got our UK EV adoption scenarios that could deliver us our 2030 and 2035 targets. A couple of points worth noting here is that in EVs, we include plug-in and full battery electric. And also worth noting that the government so far has only asked for cars to have zero emission capability by 2030. So there is a little bit of a gray area still there. And it's only by 2035 that the cars will need to be 100% zero emission. So in all scenarios, we do expect some sales to be full hybrid even at 2030. This is especially important for some harder to address use cases where the technology doesn't work today. So battery range, location, or just ones that are specifically difficult to electrify. Our base case scenario is fairly self-explanatory, but worth saying that we do expect price parity by 2023, 2024, and TCO parity is achievable in a few use cases even today. The second scenario is slightly more interesting. This is our hybrid heavy or supply constraint scenario, where either we don't fully receive EV supply at scale because of the various sort of Brexit scenarios that we're looking at, or we continue to see mass market models be more plug-in and full hybrid for the next 4 to 5 years. And this is quite possible, as we heard in the OEM panel yesterday as well. SUVs in some segments are proving harder to fully electrify in terms of weight and battery range, and some mass market manufacturers are still very much focused on plug-ins and hybrids. The final scenario you've got here is our high supply Norway type scenario, where all the drivers to electrify work really well, supply is plentiful, and consumer demand is heavily towards battery electric vehicles. This period that you see in that particular scenario between 2020 and 2026 is actually exactly the penetration curve that Norway has seen to date. And they achieved a staggering 79% adoption in 2020 for EVs. To achieve all these scenarios, there are 4 key drivers that we're looking for. So better education for consumers, and that's the responsibility of the entire ecosystem. The second would be price parity, even in the second-hand market. The third would be sufficient supply and choice. So I think there was a comment, Asian manufacturers are well-placed post-Brexit, but we will need European manufacturers and the choice of those vehicles here in the UK as well. And finally, we need prevalent charging infrastructure, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So that's the number of EVs that we expect, and this could potentially be 9 million EVs on the road by 2030. Who's adopting them and where will they charge? Next slide, please. We have found it imperative to understand the consumer behavior before developing any strategy or proposition. And kind of like Colin said, the questions are really who's going to charge, where are they going to charge, and what charging infrastructure will they require? Of the cars on the road, we segmented them into sort of 6 key segments that you kind of see on the page. These don't include the commercial fleets that return to depot, but they do include business drivers that return to home. Our segmentation is based on location, property type, and the length of commute or the travel behavior. And you'll see that we haven't just focused on the easy drivers, but we've explicitly called out urban, on-street, and high-mileage drivers so that we can better understand the needs and what needs to be done to support their transition. And if we're able to understand on a national or on a local level what type of consumers will charge where, we can place charging infrastructure in the right places and have effective use of capital. If the charging infrastructure is well utilized in the short term, it would enable reaching out to the harder to electrify drivers in the medium to long term, because eventually we have to get them all in the next 9 to 14 years. So what type of consumer is going to charge where is key to understand the charging infrastructure required. So a person in the rural home with off-street parking and a sort of a UK average mileage of 20-25 miles is the perfect candidate to electrify, and they're likely to charge at home or en route, depending on where it's most convenient for them. Versus an urban on-street dweller with lower than average UK daily mileage would charge on street and at destinations, as that would be most convenient to them. So who electrifies first will determine where you might want to place charging infrastructure in the first instance. Next slide, please. So what does that indicate to us about the scale of the charging infrastructure rollout that is required? We're at 36,000 public chargers today, and we estimate that for our base scenario, to fulfill those previous customer segment charging behaviors and requirements, we will need nearly 200,000 public chargers by 2025 and 450,000 public chargers by 2030. Now, these estimates might feel slightly smaller than some of the larger estimates out there, but we've cross-checked this with the expected average utilization. And if we have a larger penetration of charging infrastructure, that we expect will impact the commerciality of these business models and investability. And so that kind of is the base scenario for us. The final thought I'll leave you with is that we've done this at a national level, but it is very easy to apply this at a regional or a local authority level. You tailor this national analysis to understand the customer segmentation in any given area, and you can start to estimate the amount of charging infrastructure that will serve the customer's needs alongside being commercially investable. So car parks are a good place to start for local authorities and for local charging and public charging infrastructure, but we will need to get them where the consumer needs, which may well be on street. It always starts with the customer. I think that's all I have about time for. I look forward to our discussion later, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Natasha. We really appreciate those comments. And we got a lot of questions. So I'll ask the first one about Brexit. So we hear a lot about the Brexit in the US. I'm sure you guys are sick of talking about it in the UK. But how do you think that's going to slow down the uptake of EVs in the UK, if at all?
Yeah, so I had a chat with the SMMT, and they've been estimating about there could be an implication of tariffs from about 2,800 to 3,200 onto the vehicles that then come into the UK, which basically nullifies the plug-in grant. And the plug-in grant has been quite a big factor for people to adopt EVs. And I think it's predominantly on the tariff side of things where we see that there could be an impact on EV adoption. Also, if for whatever reason manufacturers decide that they want to send their production, their manufacturing more locally to Europe before they send it to the UK, there could be sort of a bit of a preference on where the supply goes. And that, of course, will obviously impact EV adoption as well.
Yikes. Well, sorry to hear that. So out of the EV adoption scenarios, based on what you showed us before, which one do you think is the most likely outcome as a result of that?
I'd like to believe that if we work our way through the supply side scenarios, and like Colin was saying, there is concerns around supply, but actually manufacturers have worked really hard to create production at scale. So I think in my mind, if we manage to get through supply and trade issues are solved, then I think a Norway high scenario is absolutely possible for us here in the UK, because we have seen incredible latent demand. We were at only 3% of sales last year, we're 10% here already in 2020, despite 2020 being so challenging. So I think there is massive latent consumer demand, and the van fleets as well, as Colin correctly identified. I completely agree with him. So I do think that if the supply and the trade issues are fixed, we could see a high Norway scenario for us here in the UK, which would be brilliant, right?
That would be fantastic, though. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Natasha. We'll reconvene here shortly with the full panel. But next, I'd like to turn it over to our final speaker, who I'm thrilled to say is James Carter, Principal Consultant for Vision Mobility. James joins us from Canada, so hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great, how are you doing, James? And James, just as an FYI, you were the moderator, I believe, the last time we spoke when we were at World EV Day together. So
I did, yes. Yeah, I'm on the other side of the fence now.
Exactly. So we'll turn it over to you, James.
Well, thank you very much, Erica. And firstly, just want to thank everyone from the EV Summit team for having me here today. My name is James Carter. I'm Principal Consultant of Vision Mobility. And what I want to do today is take people through our latest lot of research, which is the 5th Annual Global Mobility Study. The 5th Annual Global Mobility Study is a consumer-side focused mobility study. So what we're looking to do is seeking to understand what consumers are thinking about mobility and how EVs fit in this, because what we know is that EVs don't exist in a vacuum, and we need to understand what consumers are thinking right through their thought pattern or their journeys to understand where they're getting to in order to purchase EVs. Now, the 5th Annual Global Mobility Study, we have 3 partners. There's us, there's Curiosity CX, and LEK Consulting. We survey we survey about 3,500 to 5,000 respondents over 9 countries, and we've had 16,000 response over the last 5 years. And these results come from late November, less than about 3 weeks ago. Our findings from this year is that COVID has changed everything, whether that's mobility in general, whether that's people's commuting, and whether that's the thoughts in EVs as well. This, for us, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to measure dramatic change in our society and in our transportation patterns. So the first thing that's really important to note is that we saw general mobility way, way down. And what's really interesting about transit and shared mobility is that matching it to what people's perceptions of safety and hygiene safety surrounding these types of mobility were, and how they correlate closely together. So if we have a look at, we saw that airline usage over the last 3 months by consumers was down 68%, and people's perceptions of hygiene was as high as 71% saying it's unsafe. And these numbers actually go very, very similarly right down. We see ride hailing down 54%, 70% of people thinking it's unsafe. However, personal vehicles are only down 9%, and only 11% of people think it's unsafe. What's more interesting as well is that between 35 and 70% of people said that COVID has affected their commute. Things like work from home has really driven down the usage of cars as well as mobility in general. And to go on with that, people are actually saying, well, you know what, if I didn't have to own a car, I wouldn't. And this is a measure that we've used for the last 5 years. And we can see this increasing every year. And we see this a very significant number here. We had 41% this year say, if I didn't have to own a car, I wouldn't. And that is really interesting about the direction of where transportation and mobility is going. The other thing that's really impacting consumers' thoughts patterns is what is happening with people's thoughts on the environment. We see that COVID has really created very, very high awareness of air quality, with between 33 and 57% of respondents agreeing that they are now more interested in the environment versus 4 to 7%. So huge net win in terms of awareness for the environment. And what's more, we see environmentally friendly transportation, 26 to 60% of people are saying that they're more interested, while 42 to 74% of respondents are saying it is their responsibility to reduce my personal impact on the environment. Now, what's really, really important with this is the groundwork of consumer sentiment laying the foundation for EV adoption in the future. And this is critically important to understand, because if consumers aren't thinking about EVs, they're not thinking about the environment, they're not going to buy. But in fact, COVID has really ramped this up to the point where EVs are now on many people's minds. Here's some general findings that we found about EVs. Canada continues to lead in terms of interest from EVs, adoption at 51%. And the ongoing concerns right across countries still remain the same. People are saying still too expensive to buy as a #1 concern, lack of charging stations, lack of charging at home, and lack of range. They're the top 4. But the reality is all of these can be solved with technology and infrastructure improvements over time. Another thing that we saw as very, very interesting was putting together EV interest and lack of responsibility, and responsibility for environment together. We saw that only 10% have limited EV interest and lack of responsibility for the environment. And this was similar for Europe and APAC as well. However, 50 to 70% of the respondents had EV interest and responsibility. So this is really important for prospecting the mindset, as it were, for EV adoption. So this is some quick news that I'm sure everyone is going to know. Those who are most interested in EVs typically tend to be younger, under 35. They typically tend to be medium or high income, and they typically tend to be urban. And we're actually getting to the point right now where some EV interest and ownership is actually getting higher than a traditional car, namely China and the UK. So I want to summarize this really quickly all together. The key takeaway is that COVID has created the conditions for EVs to shine. And it's almost, to use an IC phrase as it were, it's turbocharged the environment for people to think about EVs. It's turbocharged this environmental awareness and clean vehicle awareness that really is going to set the standard for EVs in the future. So thank you very much, Erica. I'll come to you.
Great. Thanks so much, James, for these really interesting insights from your research. I would add one other note on top of some of my own research as well this summer was the rate of adoption by women. What we found in the US, at least, is that women are typically 80% of the decision makers for new vehicle purchases, but yet are only purchasing 30% of the EVs. And so there's this wide gap, I think, in just understanding the technology and understanding, you know, that these cars are really, really great in terms of their maintenance requirements. You don't have to go to the oil, you know, get the oil change, like all these things that I think, you know, are messages that we're missing when we're talking about the benefits of electric vehicles. So I actually created a website for women called electricvehiclelove.com. So
cool.
It's officially launched now. So that's like my contribution, hopefully, to this discussion.
Awesome.
Thank you. So we have a question from Keith Budin, who asked, how do we deal with fair pricing for those who can't charge at home?
Yeah, well, I think that is a good question, and I think that is one of the barriers that we found is how do you make charging work in that respect? And you know, I guess the question is what is fair pricing, and is that on the car side or is that on the charger side? But you know, if we look on the charger side, you know, I think just as much important to costs surrounding EVs, and we know that the cost to charge an EV is not terribly high, especially compared to an IC vehicle. But it's just as much about the convenience as being a cost of ownership. So I think to me that would be the really thing to really study. Like, you know, if you have to walk 15 minutes or 20 minutes to go charge your EV at night, you know, that is a pain in the butt rather than me having a charger at the front door, or, you know, you're in your garage or whatever. So I think that is a cost that we need to address as well. You know, I do agree that there is a dollar cost as well that needs to be addressed. You know, public charging is going to be more expensive than plugging in at home. However, you know, I think when we measure those benefits, it's still much cheaper to run a EV than I see even using public charging.
That's interesting. Well, thank you so much for this information. We are going to now go to our full panel and continue the conversation.
Thank you, Erica.
Welcome back, everybody. First, Matt, as our panel keynote, I'd like to invite you to ask the first question of our panelists.
Okay, this one's for Natasha. It's a nice, easy one, Natasha. It's a yes or no. Should the government force the charge point providers in the UK to create a roaming network?
Oh, my personal opinion is yes. The customer experience is very appalling right now. And of course, Europe has set the OCPP standard, and that works really well for them. So I don't see why we cannot achieve commercial outcomes here while having a good roaming network with a consistent standard of data and communication, so that people can have one set of payment methods and searchability. It feels like something that we should have idly done a little while ago, if I'm honest. I think the customer experience has really suffered from it. It's a really good question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Natasha, would you like to ask the next question?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. My question is for Colin, actually. Colin, I was wondering whether you talked about sort of, you know, impact of reduced supply. And one of the reasons why people have been worried about supply is because of the battery supply behind it, the fact that we may not have enough of a scarce resource. What's your view? Do you think there's a lot of kind of panic around it, or do you actually see some of the gigafactories coming online starting to address that? Where do you think we land?
Yeah, this is a sort of perennial question, and generally, I'm a resource optimist. I don't think we run out of stuff. We kind of
prices go up temporarily, and then that price signal brings on more supply and drives some substitution. I don't think there's any bottleneck on manufacturing capacity for the batteries or for the components. So you have to go all the way upstream, and only for a few of the raw materials do we see some potential for a pinch point. And that's probably cobalt and high-grade nickel are the two that you'd be sort of concerned about. But even then, I think what we've always sort of said is that if there are constraints, they will be relatively short-lived. Already, we can see enough supply in most of those comfortably out to 2025. Now, if a lot of countries start announcing similar things to what the UK has announced, and those curves really start to go up sharply after 2025, then we'd really have to reassess that. So I think it does all depend on the rate. I think there's probably a reasonable route to sort of 30% of global sales by 2030. A lot faster than that, you probably are going to see some run-ups in price. The one thing that I have seen in the last 2 years that gives me some comfort in that is the relative flexibility of the market to respond to rising battery prices or rising material prices with different battery chemistries. So you see this resurgence of lithium iron phosphate batteries, not exposed to cobalt and nickel. Those are being used extensively in China and had already been, but also being used in some vehicles elsewhere, and vehicles being exported from there. That's kind of the system responding to some of those supply risks and constraints. So I think as batteries continue to improve, that optionality improves as well. So I think it's going to be a bit of a dance. I think it's going to be a bit of a dance for the next 10 years. But ultimately, I think this probably doesn't derail things. It may lead to things slowing down a little bit 1 year to the next. It does take a long time to bring on a new mine. But in the long term, I think it doesn't derail the trajectory towards mass EV adoption.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Colin. So you get the honor of asking the next question.
Yeah, and thanks, Natasha, for that question. I wanted to ask James one, actually. You were speaking about Canada. I actually grew up on a little island on the west coast of Canada, so very rural. And I wondered if you had any sort of, in the work you've done, looking at, is there any interesting things that come out of that rural-urban split? Because it's quite a different life in rural Canada versus urban Canada, and just any insights that came out about buying intentions or usage intentions between those two, I'm interested both from a personal point of view and a professional one.
Yeah, no, thank you, Colin. So for me, I'm actually Australian by background and grew up in rural Australia. So I can understand, that, I remember growing up and our nearest neighbor was 2 kilometers away. So it's a different world. But given that, yes, we did see quite a different opinion set from both people who lived in rural areas and those who lived in urban downtown areas, and they're pretty much along the lines as you can imagine. Less willing to adopt electric vehicles. There's more of a range fear. Mobility in general is just not as good out there. You just don't have access to things like ride hailing or other things that we might take for granted in the city. So yes, people's perceptions tend to follow probably somewhat reality, is that it's going to take longer to roll out new mobility technologies. It's going to take longer to roll out electric vehicles, be able to cover electric vehicle charging within the more rural areas. I think one of the more interesting things, though, is that we have some OEMs are just starting to think about, how do we focus on rural areas, and also areas that are in rural areas that are attractive, as it were, like they are national parks or whatever. And we're seeing Rivian actually start to push and promote EV charging in areas such as that, which I think is a really interesting development.
Thank you, James. Would you like to ask the next question?
Yeah, actually, for Colin. And thank you very much for the ideas about going from 10 million to 100 million. One thing I wanted to ask about is, we've done obviously some research from consumer side, but, what are your thoughts on how we match some of the government policies plus OEMs into the consumer side to create a pathway forward? Is it education? Is it more product? What are those big picture things that we need to appeal to consumers to from that side to really drive EV adoption forward? How do we knit it together, as it were?
Uh-oh. Is Colin frozen? It appears Colin is temporarily frozen. So we will see. Matt, do you think you can address that question for James?
James, do you want to ask the question again? I know it was quite drawn out.
No problem. And Natasha, feel free to, if you've got a great idea. But anyway, you know, we've done research from the consumer side, and we found some of the highlights that we need to what consumers are thinking about driving e-mobility forward. But in terms of knitting some of these things together with government policy plus infrastructure plus OEMs, what are some of those big picture things where we can kind of pull it together and drive consumer interest and demand forward?
Wow. Do you know what, one of the biggest things that we come across on the consumer side is education. People don't necessarily understand how an electric vehicle works, and that's not their fault. This is a massive change we're going through, and it's great for the big fleets because they've got us to help them. The consumer is reliant on the dealership and the internet, and I've heard in various presentations over the last few days, last couple of days, about the fake stories that are out there, the myths, if you like. And I think education is a key part, but I don't know how government get involved to manage that. I think there is a responsibility on the manufacturers to ensure that their dealerships and their websites are accurate and true in the information that they give, and that they understand what an electric vehicle is and how to charge it. Over here in the past few days, there was something on LinkedIn where a driver had taken delivery of a new Porsche, and she couldn't work out why it was taking her 18 hours to charge it, and nobody had told her about charging the vehicle, so she just put it in a 3-pin plug. And these are the things that people don't explain. So education is key, but where it comes from, that is a whole lot more complex.
I completely agree with that, Matt.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Erica. I was just going to say I completely agree with that, and I think I don't know whether you can mandate education, unfortunately, but I think as an ecosystem, as more and more people are getting invested in what we're trying to do, I feel like there is a bit of a change where at least manufacturers and dealerships have realized it is a huge part of their responsibility to start to educate people along that journey. I think where government does play a really important role is making sure that the solutions that they're putting in place are future-proofed and take into account all of the consumer use cases, so that no one is sort of left behind in this EV transition journey. And I think that's where you kind of, so even the harder to electrify use cases, rather than kind of saying, oh, we'll get to that problem in 2025, I think we need to be a lot more inclusive with all the different consumer segments, what kind of issues they face and how we can start to address them now, so that even if they electrify in 2025, we start addressing those problems now, because generally that sometimes as long as it takes when you're talking about very large energy network issues or large sort of planning and traffic issues and so on. So I think the government's role here is to make sure that no one gets left behind in this transition.
That's an excellent point. Colin, welcome back to the panel.
Thank you. Back now. I think I'm back.
Really still. But did you have a chance to hear the question from James, or would you like it to?
I did, and okay. No, I did, and I just had a thought on it, which is that you often hear these two sort of caricatured arguments. On one side saying this is all policy driven, right? And on the other side saying it's all consumer demand and policy doesn't matter, and we're going to everything's going electric really quick. And these play out on Twitter and in any social media platforms. And of course, both of them are not correct. You do need both the policy you do need both supportive policy, and you do need this consumer education. I think one of the reasons that I'm most optimistic that you can solve some of these things is that you have a group of people who, as I said, there's 10 million EVs on the road now. The people who drive those, a lot of them have actually changed what they're doing in their career to go and work on these topics. They've gone and said, look, this is something I tried doing once or tried driving once, bought the car, and that was enough for me to go and then say, I need to be involved in this from a professional point of view, in solving some of the roadblocks and solving some of the things that are still challenges. And that tells you how passionate the people are about it, which matters, how good the technology is, and also just, again, I'm a big believer in human ingenuity, and when we really tackle problems, we can solve them pretty quickly. You look at people have just developed and are rolling out a vaccine for something that didn't exist a year ago. It's that human capital part of it that's flowing into the sector and tackling these problems that makes me most optimistic about where we're going.
I would agree with you, Colin, and I think that for any young person that's getting into this space, if they had to choose between something like working at a social media company or working to save the planet, I would hope that they would be working in those green economy jobs so that we can actually have a future in this world. So, you know, I think we do need to do a better job, though, of attracting these types of people and getting the industry to grow in a way that can actually be competitive from a salary and a benefits and a job security perspective. So there's still a lot of questions to be had there. I want to ask this next question that came to mind when we were just having the two-wheel bike conversation in the last panel about this balance between private passenger vehicle ownership and alternative sustainable modes of transportation. So I know we spent a lot of time in this panel today talking about four-wheel passenger vehicles in the light duty sector and a little bit in medium and heavy duty. But when we think about reducing the carbon emissions, is it really good for us to be promoting EVs in and of themselves? Like how are we going to relay more sustainable transport messages, I think, as part of this transition? So Matt, I see you shaking your head. Maybe you want to kick us off?
Well, I completely agree with what you're saying. And over here, I'm a cyclist. So converted already, I cycle to work. I have to admit, I'm a little bit of a fair weather cyclist. I don't like wind and I don't like ice. But aside from that, what we have to do is cut down these short journeys. We've got to stop the 1 mile journey. We've got to stop. Sorry for the people who are more rural, it's more difficult. We've got to stop a lot of the inner city school run. We have to change the way that people think about using a vehicle, whether it's electric, whether it's internal combustion engine. We need to just be smarter in the way we get around. And I think maybe certainly over in the UK with the lockdown, a lot of people have discovered walking again and discovered cycling for the first time, as it's been the only way to move around. And you'd like to think that some of that will continue. But if we want to leave our world in a better place than when we arrived, which is certainly what I want to try and do in what I'm doing, we've got to be the ones that make a difference, and we've got to drive the right behaviours for our youngsters, educate people to be doing things the right way and moving about the right way. And if we could just cut that 1 mile journey down, it would make a massive difference. Why would you want to drive for a mile? It's a 10-minute walk, 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back. So again, education, but let's go back to basics. Let's do it, move around how we used to do.
Anyone else want to tackle that question?
I can comment. I mean, I don't think these things are mutually exclusive, right? I mean, there's naturally people get get their opposition arguments going, but really cycling is nicer when there's no NOx emissions. Cities are nicer when they're quieter. The battery cost reduction that is being driven by the volume from passenger vehicles is flowing through to making buses and delivery vans and other things cost competitive, and depends on that volume. So I think there are parts about electric vehicles and pushing them that can make the urban living experience better. And fully agree with Matt that the starting point is still let's get more walking, cycling in place. But let's also be realistic that some of those things depend on large infrastructure changes and changes to the way our cities are built and laid out. And those take time, and we're sort of out of time when we look at CO2 reduction. So we do need to swap out the mode of propulsion that a lot of people are still using to get around in. And if we're realistic, still will use to get around in 10 or 20 years.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll build on, I completely agree with both those points, but I completely agree with Colin regarding timing. I think we've got the luxury of certain micro-mobility solutions around urban centers and potentially some suburban centers, but there is that lack of public transport outside of those urban centers, which makes that kind of micro-mobility solutions, real walking, traveling, cycling. Like, I would love to take my daughter to school but by walking while she's in her scooter. Like, that would be ideal for me, but it's not possible where I am. And so the best I can do is turn up in an electric vehicle. So I'm trying to do that.
Absolutely. So I do think it's a lot of different solutions, right? So kind of to your point, all the above, to the extent that you can use one mode or another to get where you need to go. So
that actually reminds me, I just remembered there was this one really cool app that somebody told me about, and I don't know where it is in its development cycle, but I think it would do like mountains for that customer education point that Matt was talking about, where you it sort of follows you around for maybe a week or so, and then it kind of tells you which parts of your transport or your travel behavior could be substituted with lower carbon options. I thought something like that would be brilliant, because actually, to your point, Matt, people would realize how many 1 mile trips they actually make and whether there is an alternative to doing things differently, which I think that realization isn't there anymore. But something like that makes it accessible for the public, I think would be brilliant, right?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Absolutely. So we are 4 minutes left. So I'd love for each of you to spend a minute with your closing remark. We'll start with Matt and go down in order.
Okay, so I suppose my closing remarks are we have to continue to research and analyze everything that's going on in the e-mobility market. If we want to make a difference, if we want to help our customers and find a way to help the consumer on this journey into electric vehicles. I think events such as this are so important. They give people the opportunity to get together, to share thoughts, to share ideas, and to then take that beyond an event like this and continue to use it and make use of it in the future to making a difference. So personally, it's been a pleasure to be on here. It's been great being with 3 people who also understand what electric is all about and where we're going. So thank you, guys. Appreciate being on the panel with you. Those are my closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Colin?
Yeah, thanks, Matt, and thanks, Erica. I'll leave you just with one thought, which is that I think we're going to see some really interesting killer apps for electrification over the next few years, and I hinted at this in my opening remarks. If you think about how we got here, we actually got here because we started putting processing power down into smaller and smaller devices, from computers to laptops to smartphones, and that kicked off a real sea change in the technology that we use for EVs, which is the lithium-ion battery. We still haven't really, we still don't really know exactly what the things are going to be that are going to take off and when in the 2020s. We have some hints. I think 2-wheelers are going to be big, 2- and 3-wheelers in Southeast Asia. I think delivery vans are going to be really big, buses. And then on the passenger vehicle side, I think one that we're probably not paying quite enough attention to is the 2-car family, because that second car is going to go electric really fast, because it can go electric with no regrets, with home charging options, particularly in North America, where there are a lot of people with 2 cars, a lot of families with 2 cars, and a lot of those places have a garage or a driveway that you can charge that up. So those are a few of them where I think we're going to see that the really sharp rise in the next few years. And then just to acknowledge that there's probably a few that we don't know yet, and those might be off-road equipment, those might be on farms, those might be in mines, those might be a whole range of different things. But cheap batteries will change the way anything, both people or goods, move a lot over the next 10 years.
Wonderful. Thank you, Colin, for those insights. Natasha?
Yeah, I think my final remarks would be kind of reflecting on everything everyone has said. There's actually a lot of data out there that industry and government can use already to inform their decisions. You've got even just the basic analysis I showed. I wasn't able to get into a lot of detail because we didn't have a lot of time, but obviously there's data on who has and hasn't got off-street parking, who has and hasn't got a second car, to your point, Colin. You can understand at a very granular level where people are, what their travel behaviors are, what they're doing, and start to tailor solutions for them. And I think that we're going to start to see more applications and more sort of solutions being driven either by the industry and hopefully policy looking to start to address those solutions as well by using this data, because I think there is some good data emerging, and we should be taking advantage of it to understand what solutions we can tailor to different parts of society.
Thank you, Natasha. And finally, James.
Yeah, thanks, Erica. I think the one thing that I want to get across from our research is that we've really created a sea change with COVID. It's something that is a big shock to the economy, but it's really changed people's minds about EVs. It's really it's something from consumer side that's saying, I want it. This is something that's really important to them. It's been driving the environmental benefits. It's taking the other advantages of EVs, and there's almost a consumer desire that's been created, and I think that's really important to understand, and that's really a special thing that's happened in terms of reducing carbon emissions, in terms of improving smog emissions in our city. So to go with the policy things, to go with the industry things, this consumer side, this consumer change is great.
Well, thank you, James. And for those who don't follow James on LinkedIn, he posts great EV updates every single day, which I really thoroughly enjoy. So please follow him if you haven't already.
I'm a follower.
Thank you.
And thank you all so much for your time and your energy today. And thank you again to all of the attendees who were listening and providing questions. We also want to acknowledge ALD Automotive for their support on this panel and our online EV Summit. And have a great afternoon. So we're going now to the closing remarks. And we have now come to what is the truly inspiring 2 days of 44 incredible speakers who are real leaders in this sector, sharing their valuable expertise with all of you. This includes speakers like Grant Shapps, who's the Secretary of State for Transport. Many thanks to you for addressing the future of transport here in the UK. Thanks also to our panel partners and exhibitors for their wonderful support and our engaging moderators. And I'd also like to thank the EV Summit for inviting me to present this year. It's been such a pleasure. So I'd like to hand this over now to Aid Thomas and Myri Brooks to make some closing remarks. Aid, Myri, over to you.
Erica, very, very many thanks indeed for looking after the EV Summit so admirably this afternoon. And thanks indeed to our other presenters as well. Thanks to Dr. Shelley Francis, and of course to my excellent colleague Myri Brooks. Myri, thank you very much.
Hi, Aid, you are super, super quiet.
Well, I'll try and speak up. I was just thanking you, Myri, for doing such a great job. Thanks very much indeed. What have been some of your highlights from the summit over the last couple of days?
So let me tell you about my highlights. And in the meantime, one of the GreenTV elves is desperately trying to get you to untuck your mic so we can all hear you for these closing remarks, Aid. Well, first of all, the whole event's just been fabulously energetic. Really thoroughly enjoyed it and so happy to be involved and to see how far it's come, in its third year since inception. Looking at day one, I think a big highlight for me was the bus panel, which I find it so interesting how all of the challenges, lots of challenges that we see across the sector in general, but with buses in particular, and looking at operators adopting electric vehicles, how much that then intersects with local challenges, local energy systems, local requirements for mobility and transport, and of course, local leadership. So one that's very close to my own heart. And I just found that so interesting. I would love to do more on that. And then for a day two highlight, I think I'm going to go to the mainstreaming electric vehicles discussion. I mean, all of our panelists across the 2 days have just been amazing, but that one I really found was insightful. It was really enjoyable and really, really relevant for everybody as well, because as I said, when we're looking at this sector, it's about transformation. It's not just, a new toy that we're selling. It's about changing society. And so it doesn't matter whether you're involved in investment, in charging infrastructure, if you're an OEM, if it's 2 wheels or 4 wheels or however many wheels, there is an importance about understanding the change process that everybody is going through, and so what it means to customers, that is just that bit more involved, that customer experience. So I just found that really, really interesting and so important. So yeah, those would be my highlights. Aid, can we hear yours?
Yeah, so thanks very much indeed, Mary. I hope the sound is a little better. I mean, my two highlights are that there is no electric vehicle future anymore, which might sound slightly odd coming from someone who heads up the EV Summit. But the point I'm trying to make there is that, to me, it's a given now, right? There is only an electric future present. It's an absolute given that we are rapidly transitioning to electric vehicles. I don't think any of us need to have a hockey stick for Christmas. We're getting one well and truly from the graphs of growth in the electric vehicle sector. My other highlight will be, I head up GreenTV, will be sustainability. You know, it's now really getting to be the case that it's baked in that sustainability will be part of an electric vehicle future. You know, we heard that from Henrik, chief exec of Vestas, that they are moving to a fully sustainable electrified fleet as part of their operations. We heard it from people like John Safret at ALD. You know, it's a truly inspiring sustainability future that we're heading towards. And, you know, perhaps this is the main aspect of 2020 that we can look at and say was a positive feature of the year, that sustainability rose right to the top of the agenda.
Fantastic, Aid. So what's next? Any final words?
Well, I think what's next really is to thank our audience. Obviously, our audience is the key to the success of the summit. Without our audience, we are nothing. So thank you very much indeed to everyone who engaged with us over the last 2 days. Hands in the air, we did have some technical issues, particularly on the morning of day one. We developed our own new digital platform for the 2020 online summit, and there were some teething problems. So personal apologies for that. But really, the main thing for me is to thank our sponsors and our exhibitors. You know, being a digital event, our sponsors are absolutely crucial to the summit. So lists are boring, but if you wouldn't mind just humoring me for a moment, I'll list them out. They are EDF, ALD Automotive, Ubitricity, E.ON, SSEN, BCLP, the Energy Savings Trust, and EO Charging. Thank you very much indeed to you guys, and to our exhibitors as well. Group PSA, to LeasePlan, Polestar, New Motion, and SSEN. Thank you very much indeed.
Fantastic. Well, I guess it's left to me then to say once again thank you to our audience and invite you all to come back for the 2021 EV Summit. And I hope that we will be back in person at the Side Business School in Oxford in September next year. But whatever comes our way with 2021, you can bet that the EV Summit will be there and following and hopefully creating the space for leadership in the e-mobility sector.
Yeah, we do hope to be back in September. More news on that, but hopefully see you back in our Side Business School, Oxford University home in September. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.